Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged in barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Toys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movie flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing this fine Thursday night? Hope you're doing as good as I am. I got home today and my wife had went to the store and she comes back with this Bruce Lee Ultimate Collection. So DVDs of, let's see here. We've got The Big Boss, Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, Game of Death, and Game of Death 2. So that was a nice surprise. And then she also found this Crow graphic novel, which looks great. And she said, well, I found them. You can have them. I said, thank you. And then I ordered this book by from Rebel Comics called Rogue. It showed up today, so looks like I got something else to read and review. I don't know anything about Rebel Comics, but I bought it. And apparently Rebel Comics likes really, really, really big boobs and likes to show them. So we'll see. Yeah, but it was a good day. Plus, my My big thing arrived today, but I don't know. We'll show that later when there's more people in the chat, Jim. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
Fantastic. What do you think about my Bruce Lee collection?
Got it.
I
It's
just
awesome.
asked what you. That's a better answer. I mean, I don't think I have nothing you don't have.
Sure you do. You have a Joyce game, a Joust game, Hubert game.
Look at that. Crow graphic novel.
Oh, that's cool. I don't have that.
Yeah. So I don't know when this thing was printed, but when it was printed, it was $18 fucking dollars.
It's
US.
probably from the early 90s or late 80s. Unless it was printed after the movie came out. But the movie was based off a graphic novel, so.
This is a reprint. I think it was 1995 when they reprinted it. It's original 1981, it looks like. So we're going to talk some theory stuff tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this thing called Horse Trailer Man. I don't know what that is. We're going to find out what Horse Trailer Man is. And then we got Julio here.
How's it going, Dave? Hey, Jim.
Full of love of our theory stuff.
I am actually.
I
did a little reading on Operation Sunshine because I saw your tweet.
Operation Sunrise, yeah.
Or Sunrise. I'm sorry. Yeah, it looked interesting. I'd never heard of it before, so I'm looking forward to learning more about that. And that Crow book looks amazing, Dave.
I know, right?
Looks awesome. Yeah, that.
In full disclosure, I think Horseman actually looks like it might be halfway decent. I mean, I have to wait to read it, but it kind of looks like he took.
Everybody said that about the last book.
Well, it kind of looks like Chuck Dixon took Daredevil and the Punisher and Batman or Nightwing, let's say, and crammed them together. And the bad guys kind of resemble a lot of like Daredevil's opponents or Punisher's opponents, like Kingpin.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other? The Huntsman.
So that's going to be interesting to you to see a mashup character.
Yeah, kind of like.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, you thought Gooding was going to be good because Barron did it.
I thought Gooding was good.
But you said after you read it the second time, you're like, well, I got questions. You don't hate it.
I got questions, but it's a comic book, so
right. Nicholas, how are you, sir?
Good. How y'all doing this evening, gentlemen?
Dude, you always look like you just woke up or you're ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
You always look tired. Are you tired all the time?
I have been the last couple of years, yeah.
Couple of years?
Yeah. Health reasons, honestly.
Oh, okay. Well,
have you checked your vitamin B12?
I do tend to be a little bit more perky when I do that, yes. Something like that. I try to be out in the sun a fair amount. Stuff like that. Try to keep up the spirits and whatnot.
Might have went a little heavy on jalapenos tonight.
I feel like my internet's messing up, but
you sound good.
We'll see. I know, but when I see what I'm looking at, sometimes it's a little delayed because it's garbled. But that's life. So we're going to talk about Operation Sunrise, and there's another one too, right, Jim? Possibly.
Yeah, but it doesn't really have a name. It's just, everyone's heard the story about the government poisoning the alcohol supply during Prohibition, right? You guys know that they did this?
Never heard that.
Okay, well, it's true, and we're going to find out about it.
Also,
wait a minute. Repeat that again.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's true.
The government,
not the alcohol, not the bottled in bond supply.
No, they tampered with all the alcohol and made it so that it would poison people if they drank it during Prohibition.
Even the legal stuff?
Not the stuff that they were supposed to be selling in
bottled in bond.
No.
Yes.
Stuff that they were selling. It wasn't even bottled in bond. It was stuff that they were selling in pharmacies. It was medicinal alcohol. It's the only stuff that was legal during Prohibition.
That was supplied by the distilleries. That's why they stayed in business. Trust me, I went to Kentucky and went through the whole tour. That's how.
Saying is like
So
the other stuff that was
five
like,
distillers got to stay open when Prohibition hit, and the reason they got to stay open was to supply medical alcohol. But they could prescribe alcohol to your 2-year-old, to your 4-year-old, to your 8-year-old. So if you had a family of 10, you could come in every week and get your medical alcohol, 12 bottles a week for the mom, dad, and all the kids. But these distilleries were not allowed to make more. They only could sell what they had on hand. So if they ran out of all these barrels of alcohol, when Prohibition was going on, they couldn't start up their manufacturing again.
Well, so we've got solar flares, horsemen, Nazis, and booze. That sounds like a good street.
Sure.
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, it was. If you take that tour and you go to those distilleries down there, they're so proud of the ones that got to stay open because they survived it. You know, it's like, and the crazy thing is, Pappy Van Winkle never worked a day in his life at Buffalo Trace. Ever. It was his son started that company, and his dad worked for another company for 55 years doing all of their stuff. But he never, ever worked for Buffalo Trace. Fucking crazy, right? But his name is the name of Buffalo Trace. So, good stuff.
You ever had Kentucky moonshine?
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
Even like back in the 90s and stuff when I was a teenager, that was still a thing. Like it was really easy to get moonshine back then.
Now it's fucking
I have no idea.
At hipster bars. Have you seen those moonshine stores?
Yep.
With bars inside. They're so hipster.
Yep. Tennessee, I was at one a couple of years ago. You go in there, it's a whole huge room with different moonshines. You can go up and get a tasting. Yeah, it's
big
old. It's literally
walls.
not moonshine. How the hell is that moonshine? Well, the idea behind moonshine is it's fucking illegal.
Right.
Next thing you know, they're going to have bathtub gin stores you can go into.
Yeah, I was going to do the vodka martini tonight to try one, but I didn't know you need vermouth. So what the fuck is vermouth?
You don't.
Oh, that's white wine. I'm like, you got to put wine in my vodka? Why would I do that? That doesn't sound good.
You don't need it. Technically, a martini can have.
Well, that's what the recipe said.
With olives.
Okay,
and then
with ice.
With varying amounts of vermouth, depending on how you like.
But it is part of the ingredients.
Yeah, it's vodka, vermouth, and if you want olives, the dirty martini is lots of olives. Dry martini is lots of vermouth.
Yeah, Low Watermark says the more olives, the better for him.
Well, Low Watermark's the expert in martinis. He was on a roll last night.
He was on a roll, wasn't he? I told him we need more of that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Olive juice.
I love you too.
Did it have 3XS on it?
Like
what,
poison?
The moonshine?
Oh,
3 X's on it. Yeah, it did have 3 X's on it. Probably. They probably did because they're little hipster bars. I mean, it was full at 1:00 in the afternoon at an outlet mall in Branson, Missouri. That little moonshine place was full, and they were walking out with bottles. People were buying their bottles.
I used to be in a dart league in Western Maryland, and one of my teammates was kind of an Appalachian type fella, and him and his wife used to make moonshine, and it was delicious. I can't lie. They had apple pie moonshine. We'd go out in the parking lot, smoke a cigarette, and they'd bust mason jars out. It was great.
Was it strong?
It tasted so good that you really didn't notice how drunk you were about to be in about an hour.
Oh, well, that sounds like a fucking good margarita.
Kinda, yeah. It's sneaky strong.
Yeah.
I've gotten shit-faced off moonshine and never had more than a couple sips of it. That's my experience. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't drink very much anyway. Never have, but anytime I've ever drinking a few sips of moonshine, I've gotten pretty fucking drunk.
You ever had moonshine, Jim? Real moonshine?
Yes.
Are you muted?
No, I shouldn't be.
No, you just looked down at your like you were
I was
looking at
making
some.
sure I wasn't muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we I got that air fryer today, Jim. Haven't opened it yet though. That thing's gonna take up half my fucking countertop space.
That's like the size of a microwave.
Does it do
I
anything
already-
different than a convection oven?
Yeah, it's a lot. The air blows a lot more to convection oven just circulates the air. This actually blows the hot air on it, so it makes it.
You ever
like, I
used
don't know.
an air fryer, Nicholas?
But
Dude.
convection ovens.
No, the air fryer's just different. Like the air fryer, and it has this one like has grilling. It has baking. You can make a turkey in the goddamn thing.
Yeah,
in
you
this
can do
air fryer.
anything in this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got tired of all the different contraptions. I have like a sandwich press, but that's about
a
it.
panini maker. Yeah, those are nice.
Those are good. Need to make it.
I've always like that. Well, yeah, especially the ones that they double as waffle makers. Just switch the plates on them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It took us 18 minutes to get to food. That may be a new BTM review stream.
I was on food when we started.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. You're right.
He made sure he had food before we started. Where the hell's Kevin? Oh, he must be watching Ethan. He missed the highlight of the show, Jim eating.
Yeah, well.
So you have a video for us here, Jim?
Yeah, well, what do we want? What are we going to do? We're going to do solar flare
We do-
first, or
We have to do the solar flare first.
It's always
Yeah.
solar flare first.
okay?
Good morning, folks. We have some seismicity and top science to cover, but the big focus today is space weather. We've got activity at Earth, on its way to Earth, and on the Sun, including the X-class solar flare we took this morning. Let's go ahead and get started, as always, with the last 24 hours on our star. Several M-class flares yesterday, many from the central active region.
See, people don't realize that's what that Triple H guy was always warning about in the wrestling ring when I was telling everybody, be careful of the X solar flares. I don't know. Was that Triple H or was that someone else?
That was
I don't
good.
know.
Yeah, you got it. Triple H,
All right.
Shawn Michaels, sure. Yep.
In sunspots, a few of them did put out CMEs. We also have those coronal holes north and south here. Let's break down the next few days' forecast, starting with the solar wind. In addition to the coronal hole stream, we have two CMEs NOAA is modeling as being aimed for Earth. They are both expected to impact tomorrow. Could see more geomagnetic activity. We already have some geomagnetic activity as a previous CME struck overnight. Not terribly severe, but it is driving minor geomagnetic storm conditions here this morning. It may jump up to level 2 today, and then we'll be waiting for the others to arrive. We'll also be on elevated flare watch as an X-class solar flare erupted this morning from a new sunspot group just beginning to crest over the limb into view. So we've got more impacts coming and a new highly active sunspot as well. Eyes on them. Folks, the top quake of the last couple days struck Papua New Guinea yesterday, 6.3. Many of you saw me put that area on alert on.
Now, how many people knew that New Zealand was south of Australia?
We had this conversation about a month and a half ago.
I
Did
feel
we?
like it keeps moving around. And
Like,
somebody
I thought it was up here.
somebody keeps moving it. And
Yeah.
last night somebody said Australia didn't exist.
You know, maybe.
Well, it doesn't.
You know what it is? I know why I'm confused, because when you're in Australia, you're actually looking down is up and up is down. So it is above it when you're in Australia because you're facing down.
Because
New Zealand was in Australia.
This was a conversation that Uncapped had that night when we went over the maps, and he goes, "You'll look at your old maps in your head. New Zealand was to the west of or northeast of Australia, not where it's southeast." And you're like, no, it's. And then we pull up the new map, and this is where it's at. We're like, then we look up the old maps, and they're not what we thought they were.
I
They're
legit
exactly-
thought it was southwest of Australia. I guess I'm all confused now.
Well,
Yeah.
you're upside down because it's on the south.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like
Maybe our teachers were hanging them up maps upside down.
maybe,
Maybe this map is upside down.
maybe.
I mean, how
Could be.
fucking cold does it get in New Zealand? It's pretty far south.
It is pretty far south.
What'd you
It's a
say?
tropical country, though, isn't it?
Well, here's the Tropic of Capricorn right here. See, running through Australia. So, like, it's still pretty. I don't know.
What? How cold it gets?
Yeah, how cold it gets. I don't know if it gets that cold. Really. It's probably like New Zealand is probably like the same latitude as like maybe Illinois. Maybe.
Well, that seems legit. Sure.
He said, okay, he says South Island, New Zealand gets really cold. Okay.
I was gonna say it's going towards the fucking South Pole, dude.
Well, I know, but this is the Tropic of Capricorn. So this is like 30, here's the equator. Here's the Tropic of Capricorn. So like, if, the Tropic of Cancer runs through like the Bahamas and everything, doesn't it? Or like right around the Bahamas?
Pull my Mercator projection here.
I don't know. Let me look at my Lego globe.
I know, like in South Africa, for instance, like it's not that uncommon for them to see glaciers, like floating from the Arctic, but they're still a warm country.
Yeah,
Oh, South
Australia
Africa?
Yeah,
is on the same latitude line, basically, of South Africa and Ecuador.
Oh, Australia is right. So New
Australia.
Zealand, yeah, Australia would be, more like what's the southernmost country in South America?
But like Chile or whatever.
Like Chile. I would say something like that, right? A little bit north of Chile, because Chile gets cold as fuck. That shit's at the tip of the North Pole or South Pole. I'm sorry, South Pole.
You may have an upside down map there, Dave.
Well, I'm so used to American education system. That's why we thought New Zealand was on the other side of the continent of Australia.
Well, who gives a fuck about Chile anyway? Whatever, right?
I mean,
I guess, isn't that what those Nazca lines are, though? Are they in Chile? Or aren't they in Chile, Jim?
Peru,
Chile
I
has a
thought.
line.
Peru?
Don't they give you like a little beeper thing?
No, where they have all those drawings in the dirt they can only see from air, and they're gigantic. Like, it makes no sense why they even made them. And they think they're
Landing
thousands of years
strips.
old. Well, that's some of the fucking mythology behind it.
But
Or it was-
Alien landing strip.
Isn't the Tropic of Capricorn would be where the sun's furthest movement in the sky southward in their summer, like, right?
Well, their
That's
seasons
what
are
the measurement
reversed.
is?
Yeah, their
That's what I'm saying, but
seasons.
that's what they're about. Like the Tropic of Cancer is how far north the sun moves.
It doesn't matter. We just know
North.
New Zealand
I'm
gets
just-
cold.
I was just saying, like, I was trying to just like
Because of the tilt of
compare
the
it.
Earth.
Yeah, I was trying to compare it to like North America. You know what I mean? Like, and where it would be.
Oh, yeah. And the way the Earth rotates.
Yeah, like I
Right.
mean, I would think New Zealand would be like inside. Like it's.
I
as
think of
far
New Zealand.
south
I think of New
as-
Zealand probably like Ireland.
Oh, really? Maybe it's. I don't know. Maybe it is that far south. I don't know.
You say Ireland?
Yeah.
They grow potatoes there.
But my point was, it's pretty green, lots of lush, environment, but it gets cold and shit. But doesn't
Lots of
snow
natives.
like crazy. Yeah, I mean that's
Lots
just
of natives drinking gas, petroleum.
yeah.
Apparently, in
And they're
Australia.
famous for leprechauns.
What, Australia? Yeah.
No, New Zealand. But
Oh.
there they call them hobbits.
Yeah. Where the hell is Tasmania? It's right off the coast of Australia, right?
Isn't that
Or is it
little
New Zealand?
island?
Island. Yeah.
Yeah, on the southeast coast or something.
Right off Australia or New Zealand? Yeah,
Maybe
is
this
that it?
right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch it be north. Right next to Papua New Guinea or some shit.
I don't know anybody.
Oh,
Oh,
I
Inca
just know
lines.
there's a devil.
Oh, in Motto. There we go. He said those lines, the Inca lines, are in Peru.
Maybe the Nazca lines are in Mexico. Isn't there like
Anyway.
a desert in Mexico or something where there was like, where they keep saying they're seeing aliens and stuff?
Do they like it?
I haven't shown it yet. It's only 20 people here.
X, Twitter, luckily it did not reach too high of magnitude. Top science news of those plasma bubbles spotted by China, one over the Giza pyramids and the other over the Pacific Ocean. What's interesting is that these locations represent our forecasted axis of
Now, I'm confused by this because he just kind of blithely or casually throws out that they found these plasma bubbles above the pyramids, and I'm thinking like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what's the purpose of that news?
Well, considering you got like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson talking about the pyramids were used to plasma technology to create stuff, so now I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Did somebody turn them on?
It says New Zealand has a decent mix. Lots of good snow down south and pretty good surfing up north.
My son's roommate in college was from Christchurch, I think, New Zealand.
Yeah, right.
Oh, did he have a problem and then he went on a rampage? No, wrong guy?
No, you're wrong guy.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
Yeah, he did like Gas, Gas, Gas. That was his favorite song. But
yeah.
I thought that was a little odd. But whatever. I didn't look into it.
You didn't?
No.
You weren't that, you didn't want that history in your search?
I don't know. No, right.
It's weird. Ever since I started doing this show, when we do the conspiracy theory stuff, I'm typing, I'm going, oh my God. Oh my God. If I do something stupid and they come and see me looking up, these stupid conspiracy theories, they're just going to call me a whack job, no matter what.
She came up, my son's friend came over to my house for a July 4th barbecue. We were just talking to her about what she thought of America. You asked Fournette, do you like it here? Her thing is she couldn't believe how many flags there were. This blew her mind. Like she goes, "Will you drive any street? There's American flags everywhere. It's crazy." She didn't think it was bad. She just, that's like the one takeaway.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny. I'll be driving all over rural Illinois, Wisconsin. The entire fucking yard is full of Trump 2024 flags. I'm talking 15 to 20 flags, all different styles. It's like they go to the Trump store, Jim, and if a new flag is out today, they're buying it, and they're buying the pole, and they're putting it in their yard. I don't see any of that. I never saw any of that for Biden. I don't see it for Harris. You might see a cardboard sign every once in a while. Maybe. This is why this whole thing drives me nuts, Julio. It's like you're watching the show. You're at the theater. Your theater you're in is packed. People love the movie. You come out on Monday morning and they said, yeah, this movie that had 4 people and it had the most revenue this weekend. How did that happen?
That's a good point.
I don't know. They fudged the numbers. So,
Jim, what is this depicting? Do we know?
Well, this is the plasma bubbles that he was talking about, I think.
Over the pyramids?
Yeah, he's saying over the pyramids.
Oh.
The pyramids blow bubbles.
Well,
I mean, it looks pretty serious. I don't know what it.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like he just kind of goes, oh, there's these plasma bubbles that China found over the pyramids.
It's just another day for our solar flare guy. This is nothing.
What's a plasma bubble?
Exactly. What is a plasma bubble? And I'm just saying, it caught my attention because Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson and a bunch of other people say that the pyramids were used to create power through some kind of plasma technology.
You're the first person I'm going to send them to, Dan. Yeah, you're the first
Is
person.
it like ball lightning?
It could
That's
be
a
like
good
You ever heard of that? Ball lightning?
I think you need to go to the solar flare camp to learn all this stuff.
Well, I'm going to go for his birthday. I'm going to bring him a present.
Tilt in the Great Earth disaster, and the bubbles appear to be enhanced by solar storms. It's a fascinating development that still carries many questions. Don't forget, there's 2 big events coming up at Observer Ranch. First, in 8 days, the Founders Weekend events will take place. Event tickets at the link below, or go to observerranch.com.
Oh, wait, I don't know, Dave, if I didn't tell you, but I won't be around September 19th, 20th, 21st, or 22nd. It's completely unrelated to this.
Okay.
to stay at the campground. Also, October 19th, my 40th birthday party. So
oh, yeah, and then October 18th, 19th, and 20th, I won't be around, but it's completely unrelated to this.
Mm-hmm.
I got your back,
Founders
dude.
Weekend in 8 days, my birthday event in about 5 weeks. Both event pages are listed below, and don't forget I'm out at the ranch every week. Next time will be this coming Sunday. We'd love to see you out there. Observerranch.com and the event links below. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here.
We can do a
right
live
now
show
at
from
6
there.
a.m. in the new Valley
Right.
of the Sun. Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
I agree with Nicholas. Jim, you could do like a remote live from the Observer Ranch.
I'm not going there.
I wonder what goes on at the Observer Ranch. What do you think goes on there?
Probably a lot of
Sex
gay
parties.
sex, and I don't want any part of it.
I'm going to say a lot of nerd talk about a lot of nerd stuff that nobody would understand in the conversation. You would just ask, is there any more beer? Because I'm
You
lost.
know who's probably there? Nerdrotic. For the nerd stuff.
I'm guessing they won't have a lot of beer there. It's my hunch.
They probably would have beer there.
Yeah, they
So-
would. It's a fucking campground, dude.
I'm thinking that's more of a weed vibe with all the solar flares and stuff. Mushrooms. Tripping.
Yeah,
Where is it?
Colorado,
Yeah,
where
that's
it's
a
where everything's
place for
legal.
weed and shrooms.
hmm Yeah.
DMT. Oi. Oi.
What did we learn
Boy.
today? That we got struck by a Class M and there's a Class X on the way.
Class J.
I thought he said
No,
X
Class X.
class.
Class
Yeah.
X happened, and then supposed to hit tomorrow, I think he said, and then
Direct hit, right?
some other stuff going on.
And there was some magnetic pulse shit that happened because of it.
Oh.
And I guess there was an earthquake,
New Zealand,
Papua New Guinea, right?
some of them.
Yeah, up in Papua New
Plasma
Guinea,
bubbles over the pyramids.
which I lost complete. My wife walked in at that moment. What the fuck are you talking about? Plasma bubbles? Had no clue what you're talking about.
Well, the Chinese say they found these plasma bubbles above
Sure.
the pyramids. So I don't know.
Oh.
We believe the Chinese.
No, because I saw a bunch of Chinese people passing out in the street when they had COVID. And
Yeah, I was
American
going to say
media-
the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and the American media was playing it like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And it never fucking happened ever anywhere. People don't pass out in the street from COVID. So yeah, nothing
Maybe it was the plasma bubbles.
more believable than COVID making that happen to somebody.
I mean, supposedly they found these plasma bubbles by some kind of balloons.
Red?
Some kind of
99?
99 of them. Yeah.
Each
Luftwaffe
Luft-
balloons?
Yeah, Luftwaffe balloons.
Mm.
I thought that girl was cute. I saw the video of her singing that
Mhm.
thing. I thought she was cute, and then she lifted her arm.
Mm-hmm. She was European.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh shit. I forgot they don't groom.
I'm like, oh, damn it.
God damn it.
All right.
Yeah,
so
so
this,
we're gonna play this video,
Mhm.
and then after that, we're gonna reveal our new toy
Nice.
that I got.
So, Jim, what's the high
Let's
level on
recap
this
this for about 4 hours.
sunrise?
some guy that's obscure guy that nobody's probably ever heard of by the name of Alan Dulles. You know,
You know
during
what,
World
though?
War.
But Jim, a lot of people don't know who he is. They just know he has an airport named after him.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
you know.
seriously, they don't know his CIA history. They just
Well, he
know.
started out in the OSS operate.
But I'm
Office
saying
of
a
Strategic
lot of
Services.
everyday people have no clue, like that he was part of this nonsense. And
A lot of people can't even name all 50 states.
That's true.
Yeah, they always forget Texarkana.
man, I was gonna say they always forget fucking Canada, but shit. Yeah,
So
it's,
Alan Dulles, who was the CIA guy, right?
he was in this place that was not involved in the war called Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
A sizable portion of the population probably thinks Harris is actually the president right now.
Well, she already won. Yeah, right. That debate. Trump said he's not gonna debate her again.
No, why would you? The only way I would agree to do another debate is if it was moderated by Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson.
Be a little bit more of a lively debate.
Yeah, that would be a debate. You'll be like,
They might.
what?
Yeah, they might.
Pull
yeah,
that
they
up,
might.
Jamie.
Well, at least I'd let him answer the questions. So, all right, this is Operation Sunrise, the secret deal that saved Nazis. Okay, so we're talking about after the war ended, how they were able to get the Nazis out of the country.
Nope.
Nope.
This was prior to the war ending. This was what led up to Paperclip.
Okay, yeah,
And Gladio, Operation Gladio.
I think I know what this is. I watched so much Nazi shit, dude.
Churchill.
It's weird if there's two war documentaries on, one's about Nazis, one about Americans. I watched the Nazi one.
Yep.
I know we won already. I want to know why the Nazis lost and how crazy Hitler was, because everyone, he's not that crazy. He was too ambitious. Stupid fuck. He had to go fight on two fronts and piss off your ally in Russia because you had some weird idea that you were going to be able to beat Russia and the rest of the world. I mean, you were doing fine. Then you got greedy. I guess they were starving to death, though, right? I mean, Germany was going to start starving to death if they didn't get more land with farm land in it.
Well, I mean, it would have took quite a while for them to start starving from not having the food. They needed to get
the oil was the big thing, though. They couldn't get oil.
Couldn't get a lot of stuff. They were getting all their stuff to make steel. They were getting from the Norway and from the Scandinavia, from Finland and that stuff. So
yeah, at the time, oil probably did have a lot to do with it because even then, Russia was known to have a lot of oil.
He was going south for them Russian oil fields. That was his whole purpose. But then he went north halfway through the campaign to try and shock and awe him. And it's like, well, dude, you don't do that in the fucking winter in Russia. Holy shit.
I think we can all agree that he got a little carried away.
He got a little carried away.
Yeah. He got a little too ambitious. Yeah. In a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, Julio.
Yeah. Once he extended the summer camps to winter stays, it was too much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Madagascar idea, but whatever.
Sure.
You got to spitball sometimes.
Yeah, I guess. Not good times. But sometimes you wonder, is that shit going on in a lot of places right now that we don't know about because nobody wants to talk about it? I think so. Not at that scale, but I think there's a lot of people in China, Jim, that are not working of their free will.
I'm worried about the solar flare camp.
Well,
I hear a lot of people going there. I don't hear anybody coming out talking about it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who's made it out of there.
Free Kool-Aid at the solar flare camp.
Mm-hmm. All right. Away we go.
The designated head of the German state signed the act of unconditional surrender of all German land, sea, and air forces.
What if I told you that one of the key operations to end World War II also laid the foundation for an underground network of secret armies in Europe, shaped the Cold War, and gave birth to the CIA? Today we're pulling back the curtain on Operation Sunrise, a covert mission that wasn't just about getting Nazi forces to surrender, but may have been a blueprint for some of the most secretive, controversial Cold War operations, including Operation Gladio. And at the heart of it all, Allen Dulles, a man whose deals with high-ranking Nazis have led some to question whether he was a brilliant strategist or guilty of treason.
Mr. Dulles, would you approve Congressman Lindsay's suggestion?
I would weigh in on that and say guilty of treason.
Gonna weigh in on that mic.
Firing squad.
Looks like a chicken leg.
It's a turkey leg, but
Like a
because
kebab.
you know, his role in killing Kennedy makes me say treason.
Well, they did, but yeah, but as a part of this video, would you, for what he did during World War II, was that treasonous? I don't know. I haven't seen the whole video yet. I want to know what he did before I can make that determination. Because
Well, just look at him. You can tell he's guilty. Look at his face.
yeah, I guess.
A little like
Of
Dave.
a watchdog congressional committee over the CIA?
Well, I do not favor it, but I think that is a matter for the Congress and the President to decide primarily.
To understand the full implications of Operation Sunrise, we need to go back to early 1945 when the war was nearing its end. The Allies were closing in on Nazi Germany, but instead of waiting for a total military victory, Allen Dulles, then the head of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services in Switzerland, began covert negotiations with high-ranking Nazi officials. The goal? To secure an early surrender of German forces in northern Italy and western Austria. On the surface, this seems like a reasonable, even noble goal. End the war quicker, save lives, prevent more destruction. But Dulles wasn't just talking to any Nazis. His main contact was SS General Karl Wolff, Himmler's top lieutenant and a man who had overseen the deportation of hundreds of thousands of Jews to concentration camps.
The SS that Karl Wolff joined was Nazism's black order of chivalry. Motto, my oath is loyalty. Insignia, the death's head. Their black uniforms symbolized their ideals. Severity, terror, the cult of the conquering Superman.
Wolff wasn't the only Nazi seeking to cut deals.
I mean, didn't they
Very
realize
snappy
that
gestures.
having that death's head symbol, that what, you know, in 2024, what that was
Totem
going to do
pole.
to him, you know, like, it's kind of hard to not, you know, be called a bad guy when you're walking around with a death's head symbol.
Had been used in heraldry for a while, I believe. I mean, you go into war, you don't want to put up on there a dove.
I mean, what's next? Someone's going to put a Punisher head on their stuff and go out and... Oh, wait. Never mind.
There's strong evidence that Heinrich Himmler, the mastermind of the Holocaust, also tried to use these talks as a lifeline, hoping that he, too, could negotiate his way out of facing justice. But it wasn't just about ending the war for Dulles. He was already looking ahead to the next war, the Cold War. In Dulles' eyes, the real threat wasn't the defeated Nazis, it was the rising power of Soviet communism. And to fight that war, he needed new assets. The very men responsible for the atrocities of the Holocaust suddenly became valuable players in a new geopolitical chess game. This short-term pragmatism would set the stage for some of the most controversial U.S. intelligence operations in history.
We're spending now hundreds of billions of dollars, or have been over the last 10 years, spent hundreds of billions of dollars on the military side. I believe the Soviet realizes now we're far superior on the military side. Therefore, what they're going to do, and are doing, is to revert to the subversive attack on us.
We already know that Karl Wolff used his cooperation with Dulles to avoid execution, but he wasn't the only Nazi to slip through the cracks. Another notorious figure who may have benefited from these deals was Otto Skorzeny.
Did you take part in the liberation of Mussolini in 1943?
Haben Sie teilgenommen in der Befreiung Mussolini 1943?
Ja.
The daring SS commando who had rescued Benito Mussolini from captivity in 1943 and was later tasked with planning Werwolf, a Nazi guerrilla resistance network to carry on the fight even after Germany's defeat. Skorzeny, one of Hitler's most trusted operatives, surrendered to U.S. forces in May 1945.
He had the order to ascertain where Mussolini was being kept and then to liberate him.
However, instead of facing execution or life imprisonment for his involvement in Nazi operations, he was acquitted of war crimes at the...
This guy looks kind of scary looking. Like,
Yeah.
He's been through some shit. It
Yeah,
looks
he's
like his
got
face has been sliced up and all that stuff.
Yeah,
We do need to bring the name Otto back. There's not enough Ottos anymore.
You know what though? I mean, Jim, they make deals with a lot of bad people when stuff ends or they're trying to end it. Are you surprised at all that these people?
The government makes deals with bad people all the time. Look at, they made deals with the mob, that mob dude that killed a bunch of people, and you know,
I mean,
you know,
yes, and these people,
you know,
they make these deals because they actually know what the fuck is going on. They actually get talked to about what's happening.
Didn't they make a deal with the mob to keep their eye on the ports during World War II?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, then they backstabbed.
Luciano.
They backstabbed Luciano after the war was over.
Oh, they fucked him good, man.
Disgraziad.
Yep.
They deported his ass, right?
Yep.
Said, "You're out, brother."
Did he ever come back?
No, not. I mean,
not legally.
Not legally. He was
exiled, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he would come back on a ship, and they would, and stay on the ship in the harbor, never out at sea, and then people would go see him.
Yeah, this guy's been through some hell.
He's got a good profile, though.
Yeah.
Still got his hair.
The Nuremberg trial. Afterward, he became a free man, eventually working for Western intelligence agencies, including West German intelligence and even the CIA. Skorzeny's escape from real justice, like Wolf's, raises serious questions. Did Dulles' willingness to negotiate with Nazi officials and his focus on fighting communism allow war criminals to walk free?
That looks nasty.
Here's an important point that has a little bearing today. Did you guys notice that, what's his name, Gonzalez, the Attorney General for George W. Bush, that authored the memorandum that said it was just fine for us to torture people, that he came out today in support of Kamala Harris?
No.
Why isn't he in jail for war crimes?
Exactly.
Is the guy that's looking at the camera here, Otto?
Yeah.
Otto, I would not want to run into him angry in an alley somewhere. He looks like he'd just as soon cut you as he would say hi.
Yeah. So,
He took Mussolini directly to Hitler's headquarters, and he was received at the airport by Hitler.
Here's where things get even darker. Operation Sunrise didn't just help certain Nazis escape justice. It laid the groundwork for a secret Cold War network that would later be known as Operation Gladio. And yes, it all started with Alan Dulles and the OSS. Gladio was a covert mission, part of the wider NATO Stay Behind programs, which aimed to establish secret armies across Western Europe to fight Soviet influence and prepare for potential communist invasion. These paramilitary groups were often staffed by former Nazis and fascists, men like Karl Wolff and Otto Skorzeny, who had fought against the Allies during World War II, but were now seen as valuable assets in the fight against communism.
Would you say that a free society should be more aggressive with its ideas?
I certainly believe it should be. They're aggressive with their ideas on the communist side, and I feel we should be aggressive.
The logic was simple but morally disturbing. These men were ruthless, experienced, and anti-communist, making them ideal for waging underground warfare if the Cold War turned hot. So how does Operation Sunrise fit into this? Dulles' willingness to cut deals with Nazis, his strategic view of the post-war world, and his focus on preparing for the Cold War all set the stage for Gladio. By protecting Nazis like Wolff and Skorzeny from prosecution, Dulles and the OSS were laying the foundation for these secret networks that would operate throughout Europe for decades.
Of course, the public often thinks there are gaps when there aren't really gaps, because we can't tell the public beforehand what we know about what's going to happen. But when something happens that isn't known to the press beforehand, they rather assume that the CIA didn't know it either. That's not always the case.
Kind of like 9/11. We assumed they didn't know about it beforehand, but clearly they did.
Kind of like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
So, Jim, is there a through line from Dulles to Bush Sr.? Because Bush Sr. was a spook too, right? Is there like a...
Well,
No?
if I told you that Bush Sr. worked directly for him.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
Yeah, they're all skull and bones Yale grads.
Gotcha.
After the war, the OSS was dissolved, but its spirit and many of its personnel lived on in a new agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, which was officially created in 1947. Allen Dulles became its first civilian director, a role in which he shaped the agency's covert operations and intelligence gathering techniques for the Cold War. Many of the methods that Dulles had used in Operation Sunrise, negotiating with enemy forces, leveraging assets with morally questionable pasts, and conducting secret diplomacy, became standard practices for the CIA during his tenure. But here's the thing. The same deals that ended World War II also set a dangerous precedent. By turning a blind eye to the atrocities committed by men like Wolf, Skorzeny, and possibly Himmler, Dulles and the OSS prioritized Cold War strategy over justice.
And Himmler had never seen dead people before. And in his curiosity, he stood right up at the edge of this open grave, a sort of triangular hole, and was looking in. While he was looking in, Himmler had the deserved bad luck that from one or other of those who'd been shot in the head, he got a splash of brains on his coat.
The creation of the CIA was in many ways the formalization of this mindset. The agency would go on to conduct covert operations around the globe, many of them inspired by the same ethos that had driven Dulles during Operation Sunrise. The ends justify the means. This ends justify the means philosophy would play out again and again in the CIA's later operations, from regime changes in Iran and Guatemala to anti-communist insurgencies in Latin America. And just like in Operation Sunrise, some of these covert actions involved making morally dubious alliances with former enemies or authoritarian regimes. The seeds of this approach were planted in those final days of World War II, as Dulles brokered deals with high-ranking Nazis to build a foundation for a new kind of war, a cold one.
It shall be the policy of this nation to regard any nuclear missile launched from Cuba against any nation in the Western Hemisphere as an attack by the Soviet Union on the United States.
Now let's circle back to Heinrich Himmler, the architect of the Holocaust. While Karl Wolff and Otto Skorzeny may have benefited directly from Dulles' covert negotiations, Himmler also tried to use Operation Sunrise as his escape hatch. Early 1945, Himmler realized that the war was lost, and in a desperate bid to save himself, he reached out to the Allies through intermediaries, hoped that his control over Nazi intelligence and security forces might make him a useful bargaining chip in the post-war world. But unlike Wolff, Himmler never got a chance to fully negotiate his way out. He was too big of a figure, and that would be a bridge too far.
In August 1941, Himmler visited a concentration center near Minsk. It was crowded with Jews, Russian prisoners of war, and others who were to die.
When Hitler found out about his secret talks with the Allies, Himmler was branded a traitor and stripped of his positions. He fled Berlin in disguise, but was eventually captured by British forces. Before he could face trial for his monstrous crimes, during a medical checkup, he suddenly bit through a cyanide capsule that had been hidden in his mouth. So while it's unclear whether Dulles had any direct contact with Himmler, it's obvious that the SS leader believed a deal could be struck.
Now, do you guys believe that story that they had these cyanide capsules in their mouths that they were just chilling out with all the time?
No.
It was proven on one of them.
Proven,
one of them had their tooth removed.
Everything we know about this was told to us by our government.
Right.
Well, yeah, but
Right.
we also, yeah, but the
By
one that
their
I've heard was that there was medical evidence of at least one of them having a dental operation to have the tooth removed to get the cyanide capsule put in.
Okay.
Now, again, we're hearing that from our government is through documents.
I mean,
obviously
like if
seized,
our
but-
government just like killed these guys. Oh, they killed himself. Yeah. You know, like when the cops say the guy, he jumped out the window, he fell down the stairs.
I don't think
You know, he charged
anybody
at
would have
me
thought
with-
bad about that. I mean, look what they did to Mussolini in Italy. I don't
Yeah,
think
we
they would
didn't
have
do that.
complained.
That was those people, wasn't the Americans.
True.
Those
Yeah, but nobody was complaining really. I don't remember too many complete people complaining about what
What
happened
I'm
to
saying is,
Gaddafi, for
once
instance.
we were very. We put forward this whole notion at that time, and even now, that we would never do anything like that. You know, like, oh my God, we're going to protect these people in the Geneva Conventions, and we're going to do this. They're going to be treated fairly and humanely.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that they weren't.
No, of course not. Yeah, right.
So what I'm saying is, if something got out of hand and somebody died, and they're like, oh yeah, he killed himself. He ate a cyanide capsule. See, yeah, he had it in his mouth. Yeah.
I don't think anyone was ever claimed to have done that in U.S. custody, though.
Who?
No, I said I don't think I've ever heard of a case of that, like someone doing a cyanide capsule in U.S. custody.
Isn't that how Goering died?
Yeah, I thought one of them they were being held for the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, at the Nuremberg trials,
Oh,
like in the middle of it.
maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I left my textbook at home.
So we got you.
Well,
Jim,
you're on with us.
I'm still trying to figure out what Dulles did was wrong. They were still worried about communism, right? They were still worried about that being another global influence after they beat the Nazi regime.
Yeah, but at the time, when they were doing all this stuff, we were allied with the communists.
I understand that.
So it was the U.S. policy to be allied and work with them.
Well, we didn't work against them during the war. It was after. They were setting up these networks for after the war. I mean, you don't think that they learned a lot when World War II happened, and even World War I? Like, fuck, there's a lot of people over here spying on us all the time. Like, they're throwing people out all the time that were spying in our country. They had to build a network too. I guess.
I'm with you, Dave. Actually, I was thinking like he kind of was. I don't want to use the term visionary, but he saw what was coming.
Yeah, I
took
mean,
some steps to try to curb what was
At least
coming,
be
whether it was
prepared.
coming manufactured or not. I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, you're going to listen to your agents in the field more than you listen to the local press about what's going on in the government. So you got to have people there.
I guess my only thing would be say that we don't know what would have happened if they didn't do all this stuff. So we only have like history, like, oh yeah, well they had to, but like,
yeah.
Well, think of all the coups.
Why doesn't the guy that makes this do this from the Russian perspective, and how many agents they had in places, and how many deals they were making in World War II? I mean, how many fucking German scientists ended up in Germany or in Russia? A shit ton, dude. There's a reason for that. They were preparing for their future too.
I think it's because they didn't run fast enough. When the Americans and the Russians were closing in on Berlin, all the Nazis ran towards the Americans. Well, that's what the history books say. They assume.
Well, because what the Germans did to the Russian prisoners of war.
Right. They figured the Russians will just fucking kill them.
Well, yeah,
torture
but
them,
they
starve
went over
them.
there and they built a lot of technology for them, though. Anyway, right? I mean, so a lot of these scientists were treated very well in Russia.
Well, yeah, but I think probably on both sides there was probably a pretty good understanding that either do this or die.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with the whole socialism is communism thing, Jason. It's like two sides of the same coin to me, Julio. I don't have any use for any of it. Keep the fucking government out of my goddamn business. How about that? All right, we got 3 minutes left. Let's get it done. Let's get it done.
Struck, a belief that was likely influenced by Dulles's willingness to engage with other top Nazis like Wolf. But the mere fact that Himmler thought such a deal was possible raises serious ethical questions about Operation Sunrise. Were the lines of negotiations too open? Dulles too willing to engage with war criminals, giving them false hope of escape?
We found another 5 million Jews in Russia. How on earth should we manage to emigrate this 8 million by using these long and tiresome official methods? Now, with the war, we were cut off. We had no way out.
To be rid of so many Jews. Only one alternative left. Kill them all.
In the end, Operation Sunrise did achieve its immediate goal, the early surrender of German forces in northern Italy. It saved lives and hastened the end of the war in Europe. But the long-term consequences are far more troubling. By opening the door to secret deals with Nazis, Dulles set a precedent that would shape the post-war world in dangerous ways. The escape of men like Otto Skorzeny, the rehabilitation of Nazi officials like Karl Wolff, and the eventual rise of secret Cold War armies like those involved in Operation Gladio all point to a darker legacy. Dulles' focus on Cold War strategy over moral justice not only allowed war criminals to avoid prosecution, it created a playbook for covert operations that would continue for decades. As the OSS evolved into the CIA, these methods became part of America's intelligence DNA.
Members of the Central Intelligence Agency, I want to first of all express my appreciation to you all for the opportunity that this ceremony gives to tell you how grateful we are in the government and in the country for the services that the personnel of this agency render to the country.
And while Dulles is often celebrated for his role in shaping the CIA and guiding U.S. intelligence through the Cold War, the ethical compromises he made, starting with Operation Sunrise, have cast a long shadow over his legacy. So, was Allen Dulles a visionary strategist preparing for the Cold War by using any means necessary? Or was he a traitor to the cause? In the end, perhaps the answer is both. Thanks for watching. If you found this dive into the murky waters of wartime intelligence
propaganda
intriguing, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more explorations into history's most controversial moments, like Operation Northwoods, where the CIA planned false flag operations to justify invading Cuba.
He goes back to the hotel.
Well, again, I'm not going to sit here and berate our government trying to future-proof maybe getting invaded again, having ears on the ground in these countries. I'm sorry. Other countries have been doing it as well. I mean, well, we're not supposed to defend ourselves. We're not going to make deals with bad people. The fucking U.S. government makes bad deals for people with bad people, makes deals with bad people that are American citizens all the time. They do. Like, oh, we're going to forgive this guy for that sin. And this guy next to Julio goes to jail for 50 years. But Julio doesn't because reasons. Well, maybe Julio's got something to offer. Maybe he knows somebody he can give us information on, whatever the fucking case may be.
It's a rabbit hole. The World War II Nazi stuff. It's fascinating. It's that's why I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, watching the sausage made, it's going to turn you off meat for a second. But then when you taste it, you're like, oh, this is great. It's the same thing with America. You see behind the scenes, you're going to be disgusted by some shit. And once you taste that freedom, you're going to love it.
Right. Well, you know, today that campaign started, the Horseman, right? It started. Didn't know what it was. Horseman. So I pulled up Ripaverse. This is what he sold so far. $317,000, Jim. Did Jim leave?
No, Jim's here.
You see the numbers?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Well, I just want you to see, though, the difference the difference in the campaign he did here than what he did for Mike Barron's Gooding.
Well, yeah, he's also has Alpha Core signed graded CGC books in this collection.
I was going to get there.
Oh, okay.
I was going to go through the collection. I mean, just to show how much, you know, he said it's about the books, right? And having just good books, but he's got 4 covers for Horseman. He's got CG rated books. He did no CG for Gooding because he was worried about the timing. 2 T-shirts, a hat. He's got the Chuck and Joe ketchup pack.
No mustard pack?
I guess so. He's got the Horseman book pack for $125. The Signature Series pack for $490. What is this? The Horseman shirt bundle for up to $97. I guess that's a book and 2 shirts. You get the shirt pack for $51. What is this? The I Want It All Horseman for $712. Nick, you know that's the one you want, right?
That's one I'll waste all my money on.
Have
I'm
you
sure
got your
that'll
credit?
rise in value.
Have you got your credit card ready for that one?
It's going to be sold out.
He's got Alpha Core 1 signed and graded for $150
each.
So he has all 4 covers available to sign still and be graded?
I guess. Oh. But see,
Okay.
I didn't know. Like, there was this whole. I was confused today because when I looked at the when I looked at the stuff, if you pull up the Horseman graded ones and you actually look at the pictures of them on the card, it says signed by Eric July, and I was like, why would you want it signed by Eric July? In the picture, actually, it looks like Chuck Dixon's signature, and I asked about it, and then Carol Brown said, no, they're signed by Chuck Dixon. And then now it says these Alpha Core books are signed by Chuck Dixon. Now, did Chuck Dixon? I don't remember there being Alpha Core books signed by Chuck Dixon before. I thought they were all signed by Eric.
I don't know, but these do have Chuck's signature on them.
Right.
You can see it now.
Yeah, but if you pull up the picture though on that yellow card where it's like the description, it says signed by Eric July.
Oh,
I was like, so what is it? I was like,
Why would you want that? Would be like going to a book signing at a bookstore and the CEO of Random House Publishing signs the book.
Right. That's why I was like, this doesn't make sense. He doesn't have anything really to do with this except for it's in the Rippaverse.
Well, yeah, well, it's the same reason none of these people would be buying Horseman.
So the Horseman,
if it wasn't for Air July.
Horseman, welcome to Floor Spark. $25 to $50. I guess he's charging more per artist again. Is that so?
He's charging $50 for a foil embossed cover.
So his cheapest book this time is $25, not $18, right? Because that's what it was last time. The Welcome to Horseman Floor Spark signed and graded. Oh boy, the Horseman poster, another T-shirt.
The art that I'm seeing looks a little bit more ambitious than it has in some of this previous stuff.
Well, this is actually drawn by Joe Bennett. It's not coming out of the
Brazilian warehouse.
Although I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Joe Bennett works for that company too.
All I know is he sure gave this campaign a lot more love than he did the last one, Jim.
Oh yeah.
I think it was pretty obvious he whiffed the Gooding campaign, despite Mike Barron, because Mike Barron still associates with comics.
Yeah, Mike refused to disassociate with Ethan.
I mean, even that. I mean, I've never seen Mike Barron say anything negative about Rippaverse.
Why would he?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him say positive stuff. You know, like, "Hey, you should give it a chance. You know, you'll like it." You know, I mean, that's just who he is, and he's always been upbeat. And you would think that he should probably show that kind of loyalty, because if he's going to win some Comicsgate fans over, that's how you do it. You know, appealing to the guy that everyone loves. You know.
So based on these numbers, at 5,138 books sold, he's at $61.84 per customer. So, hey man, the first 6 days are the tell, right? If he's up to, 700,000 by time 6 days are over, he could get to $1 million. because he'll have another 30 days after that or whatever. How long is
We've
this
got
campaign?
52 days.
52? What? I
Yeah.
thought these were short campaigns now. I thought they were just collections.
No.
It's a 52-day campaign, Julio.
Does that mean the book isn't done?
Well, that's generally what that would mean.
Okay.
Well, or yeah, that's what it has to mean. Unless he spoke to CGC and said, if we have the bulk of our sales done in 12 days, can we have those books back in 40 and be ready to ship? And why would they guarantee that? I don't know why they would want to guarantee that.
My big takeaway from today, from what I saw on X, was that his announcement of his like streaming service and animated show and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of you, Dave, going, well, it was good getting the Ripaflix trademark.
Yeah, right.
Very forward thinking.
Yeah. So I was just like, wow, that's it's kind of crazy, man. Because again, it just shows me he's selling a lot of merch again, Jim. A lot of T-shirts.
I think that's why he calls it a collection.
But he did the
Because
same
it
thing
is.
with Gooding and only had one fucking shirt and a poster. No CGC stuff, nothing else to go with it. Obviously, people like the merch.
Well, it's a lifestyle choice.
Right. It's a lifestyle
Chris
choice.
Bacon would know if there what the CGC stuff was, if there was any in Alpha Core.
If it was signed or not?
Well, if it was signed by Eric July, probably. That's the only thing I can come up with. That's why they're now rolling this into here, is because he's going to have Mike sign all the books. Not Mike, Chuck sign all the books at the same time. In front of the CGC person.
But to Nicholas's point, unless I'm misunderstanding it, he'll probably sell more if he's signing it. Because most of the people a lot of the people that are buying the books are buying it because of.
I don't think so.
No,
that ain't how
90% of the
stuff.
Well, yeah, but a lot of his customers, like if it wasn't Eric July selling it, they probably wouldn't be buying it. They're his fans, not comic book fans necessarily. I don't necessarily think there's a shitload of collectors that are investing in Rippaverse. I can't see any serious long-term collector giving them that much credibility. A lot of them would have gotten burned back in the 90s when all that shit happened.
I'll be
So
right back.
That's just my opinion, though.
Well, the thing in the 90s that was fucked up was there was all these companies. There was like 20 or 30 companies that were doing the certificate of authenticities. And so they would say, like, we got 750 numbered and signed copies of this book, whatever, Hawkeye 1 or whatever it is at the time. And then...
that's true. But I mean, mostly referring to just the how Marvel and DC were just printing like crazy. They were printing way too much.
Right. But what I'm saying though is that it's kind of the same thing. I mean, at least with the CGC, it's only one day, but with the certificate of authenticity stuff, like a lot of people, like you can't. You were paying for them back then 10x what the book cost should have been, and they're not worth that today. What you paid for them in the 90s.
Sure. Right.
Because they print, you know what I mean? Because even though it said all these were numbered 1 to 750, there was 15 or 20 other companies that had the same run, same 750 to 1,000 books numbered and signed.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, it was crazy in the 90s.
Kind of like baseball card signatures.
Well, that's why, because the baseball cards, the basketball cards and stuff went crazy in the late 80s, early 90s. It was a huge spike. And so there was a lot of people like, oh, I can make, so there was a drive and people thought they could make a lot of money and they were buying stuff. And I mean, they were selling signed comic books on Home Shopping Network and QVC.
So I'm going to present this new machine, Jim.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep. Oh, BioShock. So you lied.
Oh, cool.
So you're a liar.
So it's a custom cabinet, right? So I had it designed as BioShock. And down at the bottom, I even had her or had him put "Would you kindly" in writing at the bottom. And then on the tabletop here, it says "Welcome to Rapture" because that's the where they are. But this side has a Big Daddy. The other side has one of the little sisters. And this is a 4-player table, Jim. So 4 players can play the games, and I'll show you. So I'll go in here. I'll exit out of here. And this is all the systems and games that are part of this. It's even got a jukebox.
Holy shit.
So you can play your music. It's got this IPTV smart TV. So if you get a subscription, you can watch live TV, movies, all that shit. You even got old magazines that are downloaded, and you can read your retro gaming magazines in the system. And then we've got game hacks collection. And these are all the systems, Julio. Just there's so many systems in here. I've not even heard of a lot of them.
This is amazing.
Yeah. So if I hit like, look at this Nintendo 64 DD. This is an attachment you could get later with your Nintendo 64 to enhance your games. So I'll enter in here, and these are all the games that are available in this system. And these are obviously Japanese versions. And then I can just go to Nintendo 64, hit enter, and then all the games that are available that you can just sit here and play. And then if I open this drawer, Julio, it's got my controllers that plug right in here to the USB.
Oh, that's freaking cool.
It's got my light guns. It's got my guns, so I can play the shooter games. It's got the remote for the TV. It's got the keypad, so I can actually do searches and stuff because it's got 50,000 games in it. So you can just search for your games. And let's see. Let me go like a Nintendo 64 game. I love this game, South Park. Or even go down to let me go to what is it? Come on. One that my kids love is this Conker's Bad Fur Day. Remember that one?
Yeah, like the rated R game. Yep.
Yeah, they said the F word in a Nintendo game. But and then we can exit out of here, and you'll see we got the look at this old Famicom system, all the Wii stuff, all the Sega. It's got the Sega Dreamcast, dude. Go in here.
Like Crazy Taxi. I love fucking Crazy Taxi. All
All the Sonic games, all the Soul Calibur stuff. You can just play it right here. Some Spider-Man. So it's awesome. That's why I was so excited to get it. Sega Master System. Everybody wanted one of those.
Altered Beasts.
Oh yeah. The 3DO. Remember that? Or Neo
Got in
Geo
television.
CD. Oh yeah, there's in television.
And television football was the shit when it came out.
Was it?
Yeah.
Turbo Graphics, all the way up to PS3, Atari, Jaguar. There's a television. Let's see what games are on in television. Tetris, Backgammon, D&D. There you go, Julio. Show that one to your kids.
Yep. This is crazy. And all the games are built into it?
Yep.
Dave, you got to do a video on this. Like
I know. It's got old Apple. It's called old Apple II games, dude.
Dude, I started playing games on the Apple IIe. Black and green monitors.
Your little Tiger handheld games are in here. It's amazing, right?
I love that they have the video game magazines built in too. I used to go to newsstands like every week and pick up whatever the latest magazine was. That's awesome.
You can there was a category, but it has every Guitar Hero and Rock Band song in here, and you can play them. All of them. All I need to do is get the guitars and plug them in, and I can play all day. I love that game.
I used to be envious of Jimmy Page as a young musician. Now I'm envious of you, Dave.
Well, look at this. Look at this. This is Nintendo arcade system. So these are the old Nintendo cabinets that you played in the arcade that you can now play on here.
Look at that. You got Contra, 1942.
Castlevania.
Oh, man.
I know. It's so
Well,
dumb.
Mrs. Dave earlier asked what we thought about this. So please tell her that I think this is amazing.
Pretty rad.
Then you
It's
go
fucking amazing.
Go into the Windows games and X-Men Legends.
Can it run Crisis?
I got some Star Wars Battlefront 2. Or Shredder's Revenge. There you go. Want to play some Ninja Turtles. All the Sonics and shit. But I
want to play Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah. Play some Haunted House. There you go. It's got the Duke Nukem, even Duke Nukem 3, the one that was actually scary. Got some Cuphead. There's your Crazy Taxi, Julio.
I love that game.
Yep.
The Dreamcast was an underrated console. The sound on the Dreamcast was so
it's the most look at that. Isn't that perfect? I mean, when you look at this compared to the actual logo.
And these are somewhat modern games. Like these aren't just like 80s games. Some of the Windows.
No. It's got up to PS4 games on here. So this
do the games stream?
No, they're built in. So this lifts up, and there's remotes to change the color for the light on your trackball, stuff like that. Hit the right spot, but you can change those colors. These can be dimmed or they can be increased. And it's actually got coin because some of the games are old arcade games, and they wanted to think you're putting a coin in to play it.
That's
you have to put it. This is another. So like when you're playing like that, what's that game, Berserk or whatever, where you're stuck in the room, or Robots or what, Roblox?
With the Tempest was the one that used the wheel. Remember that?
So this is because this one's super quick, so you can spin around with quick. You have the trackball. This is a 4-way controller. This one's an 8-way controller. So when you're playing like Pac-Man or whatever, you can have different control types.
So does Mrs. Dave ever play any games with you? Like,
she told me to make sure. She told me to make sure that thing's off stage enough, so when I come down, I can play, and you won't see me on screen.
Wait a minute, is that a Defender cabinet that I see next to?
Yeah,
you're the man,
I've
Dave.
had that for a long time. Turn. All right, so yeah, I was excited to get that one in.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Why? I got to turn off this camera real quick. What do you think, Jim? You're super quiet.
Jim is speechless.
I got knocked out. I had to come back in.
What happened?
My computer glitched out. I had to come back in.
My
so
camera's
it's got
glitched.
does it got all the Xbox games or just a limited number? Because Xbox had a lot of games.
It's got a limited number of the Xbox, but they make up a lot of that in the Windows games.
Okay.
Because it's owned by the same place.
Okay.
That's fine, but it's got PS1, 2, 3, and some 4 games. So like all your Sly Cooper games, all of your Crash Bandicoot, all that stuff is on there, Julio.
Yeah. PS2 for me. PS2 for me was the sweet spot of gaming. I still think,
and there's every Castlevania game you'd ever want to play on that machine too, dude. It's nuts.
I love Castlevania on Nintendo NES.
Yes, and
DOA on Dreamcast.
It's got all the super. It's got all the Super Mario stuff.
It's crazy. Metroid, all that.
Metroid, Zelda, all of it. So
I'm not going to ask how much that cost, but whatever you paid for it, it was worth it.
Oh, I don't have any regrets. No. I'm happy. And when it got here, I was even more happy. Like, holy shit, this is So nice. I didn't expect it to be this nice.
And I like it's got IP streaming, like Kodi, which you could stream movies, right? And shit on that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
So let me get rid of some of these lights.
Nicholas, are you too young to have hung out in arcades, or did you?
45. So, I mean, they still have arcades, I guess. But I remember when they were all around, all over the place, and they had them in the mall and stuff like that.
Yeah,
No, I didn't-
They definitely started dying out, obviously, in like towards the late 90s.
yeah. But there's one up in Fox Valley Mall in Naperville or Aurora or whatever. They got one of those giant arcades with the bowling alley and everything in it. It's always fucking full. There's always people there. And they're not bowling. They're playing video games. They're playing claw machines and all that. A lot of kids dancing on those dance machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dance Dance Revolution and all that stuff. Yep. My youngest daughter had one of her best friends was a quote professional pinball player in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Like tournaments and would get paid and shit. I thought that was kind of cool.
I had a roommate that was tried going pro video gaming back in the early 2000s. It was really good.
And
I
it's
used to hate
really
playing.
hard still to get on a team. That's how competitive that shit is, right?
They did
Yeah.
a little bit of tours around going to different events. I never went with them or anything like that, but and that was, I guess it was it the World Series or something gaming? I forget what it was called back then.
All we talked about, Andrews, all we talked about so far was how much Horseman campaign sold, like $317,000. That's all we've talked about. We haven't talked. I got to watch this, I guess, trailer, Horse Trailer Man, right?
The video is interesting because he does the animated trailer and then he goes into his pitch for his streaming service. So that's somewhat newsworthy, I would think.
There's a streaming service.
Well, he's leaning towards that way. Also, I'm interested down the road to hear about how our booze was poisoned as well. So
Well, he just got off YouTube about 20 minutes ago, and then the name of his latest live stream is "What the Fuck?" The Horseman at 300,000. Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett wins. Short
that's a
stream
decent-
check-in. Yeah. So, wow, blowing that horn pretty early, dude. What if it's flatlines now? What if that was all it gets? What if you make 450? Did you win? Because it's a 53-day campaign. So we'll see. I don't know. You there, Jim?
What?
Okay. I can't tell if you're there or not when you're hidden. You're usually on.
So looking at other stuff. That's why I have to shut my camera off so people don't say I'm not paying attention.
Oh,
okay.
When I'm not paying attention.
It's part of the show, Jim. It's endearing.
Yes. Your befuddlement is endearing.
What?
Did you hear the name of the stream that Eric just finished?
Yeah, quick. Oh my God, Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. Wow, 300,000.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's an hour and a half of me gloating.
They
Yeah.
win. And
We'll
should have
see.
named it. He should have named it "Fuck You, Mike Barron."
Maybe Mike Barron should say that to him. Fuck you for not putting a bunch of T-shirts and CG stuff in my campaign, dude. I still don't understand the logic.
Mike Barron probably had a better deal, better percentages than Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett have.
It's either that or Eric was experimenting with Mike just to see if he didn't need to make all that other stuff to make the money, Jim. But that's a silly thing to do when you have the track record of all your previous campaigns and you can actually see how much merch you sold compared to books.
I have a different theory, but it's just a theory.
What is it?
All right.
That he had a money problem, not a short-term money issue, and he didn't have the money to lay out to CGC to grade a whole bunch of books and to do all this other stuff. So he just wanted to zip that book out to get some money coming in. So he made a 10x markup on most of those books.
The
Right.
late summer collection too,
Yeah,
kind of
you know,
thing.
and the stuff, kind of weird stuff that was going on. I think, you know, maybe it's, you know, and then he did, he ran that $5 sale not too long ago. And
That was a cash grab for sure.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think he had some short term, something came up. Maybe he had to lay out all the money for the statues, for the Irish statues.
But I thought he was rich.
He's spending a lot of money.
I know. I'm just being facetious, dude. Like,
And I'm not doing this to attack him, and I'm not pocket watching. I'm just saying something, for whatever reason, he didn't do a CGC on that Gooding campaign. Now, if he would have, it probably would have only done maybe another 100,000 or 150,000, but it kind of signaled to everyone that he didn't have confidence in it.
Right.
I mean, that dropped it at 3 a.m.
Yeah, and it was like a
and the lack of
30-day. It was a 30-day campaign or
Yep.
a 28-day or something. It was a short campaign.
and the lack of other merch
Yeah.
just showed that he either couldn't upfront the cash for that, Jim, on top of it, right? Like he couldn't go out and make a bunch of t-shirts again and all. Maybe he was saving it for Horseman. Maybe he just thinks it's a better book, which is fine. It's his business.
I will say though, this campaign is going to run for 52 days. We're already in September 5th, September 12th.
Yep.
So you're talking about October. So you're talking about into November.
Yeah,
so
November 1st.
This is going to overlap. This is going to overlap with other people's campaigns.
Because he said he has at least 3 left, right?
Yeah.
How long has it been since ISOM number 2? I mean, it's going to be like a year until
ISOM number 3 ain't coming out. Forgot about that.
This year.
Yeah, it ain't coming out this year.
But Blood Ruth.
Oh,
Blood Ruth, and you got Yellow Flash's comic, and then you got
Jay's.
I mean, Jay. You're starting to get to where these people are gonna run out of money to buy these things.
He's
sure
not going to have. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to have. You can't. Most average people don't have $4,000, $5,000 a year to spend on comic books.
No, of course not. No, of course not.
That's why credit cards are there. They just go into
credit
debt.
cards, buddy. You start credit card interest rates where they're at right now. You start
Bank
buying
loans.
shit like this and making. Oh man.
Oh yeah,
Well,
credit
he's
cards
not
have gone. Credit
selling
card companies are going
cents.
crazy with their rates again, Jim.
They're
They're
like-
not fucking around. 29, 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're fucking crazy, dude. They're like, why? Why do you? It's always weird to me, Jim, when the people are hurting the most, they want to fuck them harder. Like,
I didn't even notice. Did he have Sezzle payments set up for those things
I didn't add anything to the cart to find out.
if you bought so you could make 3 equal payments or 4 equal payments?
I'm sure he does. You don't give that shit up.
That's like no income gimmick, right? Sezzle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like a firm and all that other stuff. He does. I'm sure he does. And a lot of people use that stupid payment plan. That's why there's like 10 of them.
Yeah, Andrew Cameron, most people that are collectors and stuff that buy stuff, they'll have a budget every month to buy the stuff they want to buy. But when, I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe these are more Alpha Core CGC books that they did at CGC books with the original Alpha Core launch. I don't remember. Feels like it was over a year ago.
Right.
And I wasn't paying attention at that point. I was like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't the same thing a year ago either, was it? It wasn't like this weird pick a side place. You just bought a book. Now it's a whole fucking battle.
who would know?
I saw that Frog Tony posted his receipt for his purchase in that room, and then people are like, "What the fuck are you doing giving this guy money, man? Why would you do that?" Like,
It's a reasonable question.
he
To be
just wants
honest.
to review the book. He's buying it to review the book.
Well, at least he's paying for it. That's
one
good.
copy to review the book, and then I think Black Angus brought one too.
yeah.
He'll probably make more
Spencer
money
brought one. I don't know.
shitting on the book than he paid to get the book from his streams and super chat.
I had I had them in my cart. I just didn't pull the trigger. I was like, nah. I was gonna, and I was like, I don't know. And do I want to do this? And, I mean, honestly, it's in the back of my head. The $5 sale thing is going. Well, is this fucker gonna do this in a year and sell these for $5 after I spend 100? You know, with shipping and tax, you're spending $150 on 4 books. If he turns around and sells them for $5 next year, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking money, dude.
He's like this Steam of comics. Like for video games and PC games, I could buy it day one for $60, or I can just wait a year or so and then it's $10.
I don't know.
Well, his whole pricing strategy is predatory. And
Yeah, I mean, he's
it's
charging $50 for a fucking comic book. That's why.
predatory. It's bilking all your people up front. I mean, that's why do you think he got the Scamway award? It's all a bunch of business people whose sole purpose out there is to exploit their customers. No other purpose in life.
He printed 2,000 copies of Cover D, Jim. So hurry. It's limited to 2,000 at $50.
No, Cover D isn't the $50 one.
That's what I was sent.
Cover D is the one that
That's
has
that's what I was sent. Only $50.
Cover C is the chrome one or the foil embossed one or whatever. That's $50, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. It's just what I was sent. Cover D, 2,000 copies, 1,800 or 1,795 left. So, you know, hurry and get your copy, Dave. I said, nope.
Yeah, but he don't. It doesn't. He'll just print more if he needs them. It's, you know.
I know, and they won't be labeled print first run or second run or anything because he doesn't change anything. And Eric's stupid brain, Julio, just because he doesn't change anything, it doesn't mean that the print didn't change one little thing at the printer. One little thing that's off is different than the original. That's how these things get valuable.
That's how things get valuable. Collectors and stuff, like the little idiosyncrasies and
yeah.
It's like baseball cards that have a fucking misspelled name. They don't dot an I, some dumb shit. And the next card they fix it. Well, I want the one without the dot because that's the one hard to find. Right. Is that right, Jim? It's weird.
Definitely. Well, any type of misprints is usually worth more money. Anything that's a misprint or fucked up because they fix it and then they try to pull them back, but the ones that get out are usually all right. But like the reason you don't want multiple print runs is because they're going to be slightly different.
Right.
And if it's not specified, it's like, I don't know.
It's defrauding the customer.
Even in this day and age where everything is so.
Oh, yeah.
There's still imperfections.
Well, they still have to go through a printer process, Julio. The printer can change, not the software, but the way the printer jet might have worked in this run versus the last run. Maybe it's a darker shade of blue because the printer jet was better. Whatever.
I mean, if you buy like paint, you go to the store, let's say, just to buy paint for your house. Oh, this is the color, and they put in the number, and they give you the color. And then a couple weeks later, you ran out of paint. You need to go back and get the same paint, and it's not the same fucking color, even though it's the same exact shit. They mixed it the same way because something was slightly different.
That makes sense. I've been there. So yeah, that makes sense. Yep. You never get it exact.
With the inks. It's never exact.
Never.
Even when you print stuff on your own, like if your own, and this is probably self-explanatory, but you got your own color printer at home, and you print 10 copies of one picture or something, they're going to be slightly different. You can look at them and go, oh, this is a little darker, this is a little off, because as ink builds up on the jet, it slows it down and changes the pigments, and the mixture changes. And you know, obviously a industrial printer is not the same as your fucking home printer, but the changes that can happen over weeks and months and other printings that happened, and
it's still a machine that needs
whoever
maintenance.
calibrated it, if they didn't calibrate it exactly right, you know. So that's why generally when they do a run, they want to do a run.
Temperature in the air, Jim, humidity and shit.
Humidity can change. So if you do a run, you do that run, and it's done. They don't stop in the middle of a run and print something else and then go back to print something. They never do that at a print shop.
you get on the list, and when your name comes up is when your shit gets printed. Especially now, or I mean, in the old days when it was all hand moving letters and shit. No. We're gonna print our 100 copies of this shit first, and it took a long time. And then we'll go on to the next book or whatever they're printing.
My first sales job was for a print shop when I was like 17.
Yeah.
We used to go around to all different businesses. Hey, do you need a new printed, like all that stuff? It's been a long time, so I can't exactly remember, but
sure.
My first sales job as a kid.
Yeah, brochures and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back when like the equipment used for all that stuff was so much larger for everything.
Yeah.
My first job was a desktop publisher. And the person I worked for, I used to have to run to the print shop. The copies.
What's a desktop publisher?
It's a fancy word of saying I knew how to do WordPerfect, DOS version very well. And our clients had newsletters about this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, okay.
You have to send it out to a file, go to the print shop, give them the disc. And I'm sure Nicholas probably knows about that.
Dealt with those kind of customers.
Well, I don't necessarily know about the whole process or anything.
But your customers will bring over a file and you download it to your whatever and print it, right? Or a copy of something. Yeah.
That's how it worked in my day, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure. Red Scorpion, if Horseman is Mexican, where's the Horseman Mexican blanket? Or collector edition sombrero? Or a mariachi edition? That plays a catchy tune when you open it. Some businessman missed opportunity. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
is he supposed to be Hispanic? Is he Mexican? Is that?
I guess it has a Hispanic name.
I guess I have.
Mexican or not.
I guess I'm gonna have to watch the trailer at some point. Would we rather watch our next video, Jim, or watch the trailer?
We can watch the trailer. It's fine. I'm trying to look and see if he. I don't know why it's bothering me, but I'm trying to see if they. I can't see if they sold Alpha Core.
Signed.
Yeah, signed books because they didn't. I mean, they sold 7,000 cover A books in the campaign, 5,000 B, 4,000 C, and 5,000 D. I just don't know.
You know what I hate, Jim, and Julio and Nicholas, is fucking antivirus software on your computer always reminding you to do something. Stop. I mean, I get it, man, but shit. You know, my wife has an Apple. You know what she doesn't have to fight with is antivirus software always telling her to update her antivirus software or do a scan.
True.
Fuck.
Antivirus software is pretty much built into Windows now, unless you're going on to like the seedier parts of the internet, and you might want something.
No,
good.
but when you buy a brand new PC, they throw Norton or some other fucking version on there.
Norton's the devil,
dude. I got to just
so
delete
hard
it.
It's first thing, like the only pre-built systems I've bought in a couple of decades have been laptops. But the first thing I always do is just wipe it and reinstall Windows.
Yep.
I mean, according to this, you could buy off eBay right now Alpha Core graded comics for like $100. There's 650 9.8 Alpha Core #1s in the registry.
What?
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot of fucking editions of one book. Yeah. It's not even 3 years old yet.
Of 9.8s. And there's 25 9.9s, and there's 6 9.6s. There's 1 9.2 and 2 9.4s.
I want to meet the dumbass who's paid premium for that stuff.
I bet those were post CG because they wanted to save the money. I bet they got them CG rated themselves after.
No, these are signatures. These are signature series.
Even the 9.2.
The 9.2 is a universal that somebody got themselves, and then the 9.4 is a two universals, and then there's
that's what I was saying.
The signature series, there's 6 9.6s, and then most of them are 9.8s.
It sounds like he's trying to play both sides of the fence, like cater to collectors, but then just churn shit out.
Yeah, but the problem is, dude, you can't have unlimited of this shit. You gotta make like 100 of them. He's got 660 available on eBay, and he's got them available on his store for more money.
Yeah, on eBay you could get right here 100. Here, hold on. On eBay right now. On eBay right now, you can get an Alpha Core Signature Series signed by Chuck Dixon, a 9.8, for $105 or best offer, and he's selling it for $150 on his website.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
What's up?
I'm doing good.
How long is
Andrew,
this? How long has this listing been up here, Jim? Does it say? Do they show that information anymore? How many days are left, or how many days it's been up, or is this a store?
It's just whoever this guy Lund Hauer is. I don't
Hold
know.
on.
Here's
Scroll down.
this guy's got another one, a cover C that he wants 175 for.
Scroll down a little.
Who did that cover?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Jim. Scroll down for Nicholas. Jim.
I'm scrolling down.
Not on our screen.
Oh, sorry.
Damn it, bastard.
Oh, sorry,
What?
wrong one.
Oh, he moved it. There we go.
Oh, dude, stop. Quit being a dick. Trying to get my channel in trouble.
Made you look.
Like, here's some idiot selling this book for $100. Just, are you retarded?
Yes, why?
So this guy wants a cover C for 175. Is that the pristine artist in every run for him? Cover C?
It must be.
Is that the one he pays the most for?
I think so.
I don't know, man. So he just killed this guy's market because it's 150, right? On Eric's website.
He's selling this for 150. Well, it's not guaranteed. The grades aren't guaranteed. That's the thing that I'm wondering. He's saying that it's guaranteed it'll be at least a 9.6 on Eric's website. Oh, wait. So like this one is a 9.8 for 175. So
a cover C, though, not a cover B.
Right.
Was cover C like the most?
This one was that I was saying. This is $100, and this one isn't graded or nothing. It's just in a package. He wants $100.
Well, at least, like you said, Jim, like Chuck Dixon signed it.
Yeah,
The other
they're
one,
signed
not
by
Eric.
Chuck Dixon. So I'm wondering if these were just. I'm wondering if the ones they're selling in the good in that collection is books that they just had left over. Great, previously, you know what I mean, graded already. You're muted, Dave.
Yeah, of course.
Because his dogs are yelping.
Yeah, so and if you can't guarantee anything past a 9.6, Jim, that tells me these books have been laying around a while.
Yeah, so let's see. Alpha Core number 1. So okay, census is 25 and 9.9, 650. So I mean, that's a lot of books to be graded.
That are available on eBay.
Well, no, I mean a lot of them are available on eBay, but these are just ones that this is just this.
The company
website.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's tracks what's in the census and stuff. And
I'm going to look up on YouTube some information on the grading process because you guys talk about it all the time, and I really don't understand it.
Can you type in Joe Frankenstein and see how many of those are graded, Jim?
Yeah, let's see. Hold on.
What was CGC's big controversy a couple of years ago?
There was somebody fucking around. Why isn't it searching? Did I spell it wrong? Oh,
there you go. You did, but all right.
I just don't trust any comic book grading authority at all.
Is it similar to baseball card grading? Is it like kind of the same idea?
I would imagine, except that probably
yeah.
there's a lot more chances for variation.
Yeah,
So
but
there's zero sales records, Jim. Why is that? I wonder.
Says there's not. They don't show any for Joe Frankenstein 1 in the census.
Okay.
Do you
Go back.
which one do you have that's graded?
Just go back. I've got that cover. Not the one you see there. You see.
Well, these are from IDW. So this is June 2015.
Some of these aren't Joe Frankenstein. Yeah, I don't have any of these that are graded, but what's this one up here for $180?
This one?
Yeah. It's part 2. Joe Frankenstein part 2. Okay.
That's signed by both Graham and.
Yeah. And it's going for 180. Yeah. Yeah, it's a giant scam.
Nothing is like ever like a perfect 10. Like never ever.
It shouldn't be. Nothing's perfect. Except for Jim's Ferrari, right?
Oh, I was on the wrong. Sorry. I was on the wrong page.
Well, he's still getting good money for his. Or they're asking good money. I didn't pay that much for mine. That's for sure. That's the one I have too, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's part 2. But I got a bunch of other ones too. I don't know where they're at. I don't have a special room. Did you see my machine, Andrew?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the BioShock arcade.
Yep.
She's
all right,
a
Jim.
beaut.
What do we want to watch? Do we want to watch Eric?
Whatever you want.
Let's watch
I
it.
don't really want to watch him.
Well, I haven't seen it. Just like I still haven't seen him respond to Shane. I still have not got to that video.
I can share it, Dave. I have the Eric July thing up. Oh, you got it already? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do the trailer. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would like to hear him brag about his $300,000 day. I'm sure it's going to be him doing nothing but talking about when you're calm and patient, and you're a good businessman, and you hire the right people. This is what can happen. If he says that shit, Mike Barron's going to jump through the fucking roof, Jim. He's going to go, what? Hire the right people? Ugh. Why is my sound not coming through my fucking headphones?
Dean Cain is the voice.
That's weird.
Horseman.
Why is my sound on the video? Oh, it's weird. Windows will split StreamYards and videos, Jim, into 2 places sometimes. So you got to go to both places and make sure that the headphones are picked. Wild. All right. Because I got to hear every part of this.
Titties.
Who the hell is this guy?
The audio quality is already not really that good.
So is this the art that's represented in the book, Jim?
It's animation, so like it's not going to perfectly reflect the art of the book.
But are they going for this style in the book?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
If you watch, if you watch the whole thing, including the 5 minutes after the 6 minute video, this is him trying to get an animation show going that he will host on his website.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a whole gimmick. It's
All right.
What's he want? Where's he come from?
Pause.
That's a
What?
Yeah. So just hearing that boss, it's like that audio quality is really bad. Like his animation people do a really good job visually, but this sound quality is really bad. Like it almost sounds like altered voice, but they didn't hide it very well.
I'm not a big fan of this perspective of the character, to tell you the truth. Just watching his mouth move, I don't like that, Julio. I don't like that.
from. After every soldier I have with him, and he kicks their ass.
Go back.
Go back to what?
Like the animation and the audio is really off. Like,
yeah, we get it. The audio sucks. Yeah,
it might be
no. Yeah, like there was like lagging from the video.
Is it me or is it the video?
I think it's the video.
Okay.
All right, so just start from there.
Oh man. A gun. And he walks away clean. With my money.
High-speed chase in a
Now,
warehouse.
what are y'all gonna do about that?
Norfolka, what are you doing here?
Turn us loose, Tuna.
Let us do what we do.
All right, so I don't know how it was from your guys' end, but from my end, like it was really lagging.
Yeah.
Was it for
Dave?
you
I
guys?
think sometimes you know how sometimes your video.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
can change internet. I can change
Well,
internet.
I think when you share the stream, that might happen sometimes too on your end. That's all.
Was it
Holy
laggy for the
fuck.
chat? Chat, was
matter.
it laggy for you guys?
It's breaking news.
No, it's not really breaking news.
I
There are. Holy fuck.
Was it lagging for the chat? That's all I care about. It was.
Yeah.
I can fix it. I can fix it, guys. Give me 10 seconds.
1,000, 2 1,000,
3 1,000. Time's up.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3.
All right.
You want to see how many ISOMs were CGC graded?
Sure.
We don't see anything.
I see Horseman, 4 unique covers. It's my screen.
Take it easy, Andrew.
Get your shit together, Jim.
Okay, let's go. We'll start at the bottom here, and we'll go right here where it says 9 books, signature series, 4,515 were graded. 418 were graded universal. 138 were graded qualified, and then 3 were graded restored. I don't know why they would be restored, but whatever. So, ISOM 2 variant cover D. 548 were graded, an average score of 9.79. And then that same cover D, these universals must have been people that sent them in themselves.
Mm-hmm.
An average score was a 949. Then you got cover C, 569 were graded, signature series, with an average score of 9.8. 44 universals at 9.75. Cover B, 1,676 were graded, with an average score of 9.8. No 10s anywhere in any of these, by the way. And only
They're
one
never
nine-
gonna.
Yeah.
they're never gonna get 10s. Like
I know.
No.
Only one
no
out
matter
of
what.
1,676 books. Only one was a 9.9.
Well, there's 3 10s for ISOM number 1.
Yeah, up here. You see it? Variant cover
Yep.
C. Yeah, that's universal though. So that was somebody that sent it in themselves. None of them in the signature series. Now these cover C qualified. I'm wondering if this qualified, if that means that those were books that were signed that somebody sent in with some kind of like that got sent to had the signature verified. Maybe that's what they mean by qualified. But there is like, holy fuck.
Julio, pull the video up on your side, dude.
I can pull a video up in a minute.
No, Julio can. I don't want it to lag again. I can't believe that 4,500 books have been graded.
Well, more than that, actually. If you count the universals, you're at almost 5,000 books graded ISOMs. All right?
That's between 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Right.
So let me pull up Yaira.
$3,550
plus another 36.
Holy shit. He only sold what, 10,000 Yairas?
Wow, they had 37 tens for Yaira 1 signature series.
They had 34 on the variant cover.
Yeah, well, and then cover B they had 37 again. Cover C they had 24, and then cover
D
they had 23.
What are they giving away 10s like water now?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is incredibly terrible.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too many. I mean, it's just too many. It's like I was saying, what was going on with the certificate of authenticities in the 90s. It's just
too much.
Yeah, now let's just for shits and giggles, let's look at, say, like Inglorious Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
112, huh?
112 total out of all their books, 1 and 2.
And they're all signature.
Yeah, they're all signatures. So he's got like 40, 14, 14, 30, and 14. 2 10s, bunch of 9.98 at 9.2. So, I mean.
How about Joe Frankenstein?
Okay. All right. So Joe Frankenstein, #1 from Compass
Comics,
Compass Comics, 276 graded. 4 10s, 10 9.9s, 251 9.8s. And then which one do you have? #2?
Both.
You got both. So I mean, there's not. You got 276 of #1 and 200 of #2 that were signature series.
It's fine with me. It's not thousands.
Yeah. No. So let's look at this. I know. Let's see. This is going all the way back to 96, 97. Let's see. Wow. There's only 3 signature series of Cyberfrog Blood Honey, #1.
Damn, that's it?
Yeah. There's one of this Blood Honey #1 here. There's more that people send in themselves of like amphibionics and other stuff.
Yeah, but they're not signature.
Right. There's like this. Here's another one, variant cover B, 3 signature series.
Julio, pull up that video.
Got it.
So there's only 35 signature series Cyberfrog books in total out of all.
From the 90s till today.
Yeah, in total of all. There's 582, 50 different books. There's 582 CGC universals. There's 25 qualified, which I think the qualified might be the signet that they were signed and you sent them in and they said, yeah, they had it verified that, someone said, yes, this is a good signature. And so they graded it. I think that's what the qualified is.
But it wasn't a witness signature.
Right. It's not a witness signature, but it was approved by the company that they have or whatever. So let's see. Wow, this is a cool website. I'm gonna have to remember this.
Better save it to your favorites.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's see. Godlike.
0.
Nothing. Let's see. Black Riding Hood. Oh. 5 people sent them off to get graded.
They were smart though, Jim.
Yeah.
That's a very limited book.
Yeah. Not all 9.8s. So those are probably a 9.8 graded Black Riding Hood is probably going to run you at say $500, $600 on the open market right now because that's it. That's all there are.
Exactly.
Want me to hit play, Dave?
Yeah, let's play it without.
I'm assuming you can see my screen. Okay.
Who the hell is this guy? What's he want? Where's he come from? After every soldier I have with him and he kicks their ass. Outman. Outgunned. And he walks away clean. With my money. Now what are y'all gonna do about that? Turn us loose, Tuna.
Let us
All right,
do
pause
what
that
we
for
do.
a second. Pause that for a second.
Got it.
That was beyond retarded because the guy is telling them, "What do you? They took my money. What are you going to do about it?" And then they go, "Turn us loose."
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he just told you what do you turn us loose? Let us do what we do. Now, what group of people said we do what we do, or that's what we do, or
Alpha Core?
yeah,
Yeah. Failure's not an option.
yeah. Failure's not what we do.
To fail.
Would you believe that 1,800 of those fucking ripazines were CGC'd?
What?
Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
I would not shit you. I am not shitting on you, my friend.
I would not
This
shit
was-
on you. You're my favorite turd.
Those are the ones sent by Eric.
Yes.
To have
Yes.
been graded? Okay.
Yes. 1,800. Holy fuck.
And you wonder how many were actually sold. Think about all the fucking money he spent on that, Julio. Because he's paying for that shit up front.
He's a hustler.
No, he's not. He's losing money out his fucking ass. Those Ripazine CGC rated will be like $25 in a year, Jim.
Well, there's nothing under the horseman, so. Right.
So they haven't scored any yet.
Yeah, haven't scored any yet.
All right, go ahead. So Andrew, you tell me you like their animation?
Oh yeah, like when he's actually kicking all those guys' asses, like the camera work was actually really well done. I'm a sucker for animation, and I thought the animation was pretty well, was pretty well done. The only thing I did not like was the audio quality.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be an asshole. It did nothing for me, Jim. It did nothing for me. It did not excite me for that book. Did it for you, Jim?
No.
Yeah, well, you guys are boomers. You don't like animation, altogether.
Hey, we're Xers, not boomers.
The fuck are you talking about? We don't like animation.
It was more violent than the other ones. Am I right on that?
Yeah, it says it's a mature audience.
I mean, if you look at the poster over here, he's got a gun in the fucker's mouth.
Yeah, this is his. Maybe that's why it's selling good too. They're hoping it'll be gritty, the gritty one. It's his Tarantino.
I don't feel
It's
bad.
the most promising looking to me so far.
Like the only thing I would say to Mike Partica is that like he's kind of struggling, whether to get Horsemen. But I would tell him that this is a character that's not made by Eric July, so I think it kind of deserves, like a glance, like to see how it goes. And if it's
you're saying you're gonna buy it?
I'm not, because I just don't, because I just don't care for, for that style of, for that art style of comic book. Like it just doesn't appeal to me.
Okay.
But for those, but for people like Mike, who reviews comics, I think he should give this a look, and see how it is.
But buy it on eBay when the fucking campaign's over. Quit giving Eric your money if you're gonna bitch about the guy all the time. Fucking
Or you can buy it for $5 next year, right?
No shit. Fuck this guy. Don't give him your goddamn money. He doesn't care about you people that he blocks and fucking laughs at when he makes videos. Fuck him.
All right, here we go. You want me to keep going, Dave?
Yes.
Dean Cain shows up in this video.
Yeah.
No spoilers, Andrew. I'll kick your ass.
What's up, Ripaverse family? It's Dean Cain here, and I'll be voicing the Horseman for the upcoming Ripaverse animations. That's right. Look, this is a completely independent venture, and we want to see it through. A well-produced, solid Western animation desperately needs to return to form. Definitely needed. The Ripaverse has a team that's prepared to consistently release episodic content. They are prepared. The Horseman would be a great start. So please help us make it happen. Head over to ripaverse.com and become a member for as little as $5. Appreciate you.
Hey guys. Wait a minute. Wait, Tim.
Okay,
Tim,
so-
I thought that you shouldn't beg. Like you shouldn't ask other people to help you out. Isn't that Eric's motto? Like,
well, as long as he doesn't do it, but if you can get other people to beg for him,
well, he's asking Dean Cain to beg for him by hiring him to voice this stuff. And like somebody DM'd me about this today, and I go, well, if Dean Cain could still sell shit, Julio, he would be in Hollywood still making movies.
And
yeah, I saw some comments on Twitter today saying he must be desperate, but I don't know. Maybe he's trying to turn a quick buck. I mean, clearly he did this in the middle of watching a football game.
I'm sure he's taking advantage of this situation. He's got JDA writing a comic book about him, right, Jim? Dean Cain Adventures or whatever.
That's
Gabe Al-Taib. No, that's Gabe Al-Taib.
Oh, Gabe Al-Taib. Okay, so again, that's even more of a closer relationship with Eric, right?
Well, because Gabe's not with Eric anymore, so it's kind of weird that Eric stole Dean Cain from Gabe.
Did he?
I don't know. Did he? I don't know.
I mean, did Gabe leave on bad terms?
I don't know. I was just
right.
And one thing I wanted to say is that I just don't think Dean Cain is fit to voice that kind of character. Because like, this is Superman, trying to voice a character that's more like Nightwing, and it just doesn't seem fitting.
Well, I think if it was,
but you know who hasn't seen Dean Cain play Superman? A lot of fucking people. I never watched that fucking show. Yep. I never watched that show.
He's not as they say in the wrestling business, he's not a draw.
Right. So
he's the darling of the.
He could have
like FNT, but he's the darling of that crew. Him, Henry Cavill. Okay,
yeah,
I like it.
And with good direction, he might turn into the next Mark Hamill for fucking animation shit. You never know. I mean, because
like even Family Guy has like made fun of Dean Cain's, thing about starving for attention. Where he's wearing a Superman shirt and he's like sitting next to an average Joe on the stool and he goes, "Hey, is that Dean Cain?" Oh God.
Yeah.
Well,
Dean
God bless
Cain,
him. Turning
Dean
it-
Cain was Superman and Lois and was it Lois and Clark?
Lois and Clark, yeah.
Yeah. So
I grew up with that show back in the 90s.
That was
So-
CW, Superman, right?
Yeah, I never watched an episode. Did you, Jim?
Of Lois and Clark? No.
Yeah.
I might have caught it. I mean, I didn't watch the I might have caught an episode here and there.
But you weren't looking for it every week.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard it was pretty good.
It felt more too sitcomish.
I like the animated Superman animated series better.
Well, we know you're a cartoon nerd, dude. You would like anything animated better.
Because animation's the best.
Lois, my wife picked up the entire Smallville run today at that yard sale where she got me this Bruce Lee thing. And I've never watched Smallville either, but I've heard a lot of good things about that show, and I might have to take that endeavor.
The only issue I had with that show is that it went on for way too long.
Well, it's good when you can, that's for sure. Because so many shows couldn't, Julio, that you wish could have stayed on a little bit longer.
Like Farscape.
Yeah, just out of your own desire to keep watching it. But hey, shit runs its time and it's over. But let's get back to Eric now.
All right.
Another good pause screen for Eric.
He don't miss.
Guys, I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of the Rippaverse. And now the Horseman Welcome to Flores Park by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett is up for pre-order. This is one of our most highly anticipated comic books, and I know you're going to enjoy it. But not
Jim,
only
Jim, aren't they all highly anticipated? Has one never been most highly anticipated?
I think they're all super highly anticipated.
What do you guys think of the cover? I mean, that's kind of cool.
I don't know. I think it's way too dark. I can't there's too much black shadows on the character, so you can't really get a good look at his costume design.
I just wanted to point out one small thing. I just wanted to look at something real quick.
Yeah,
Punisher? Okay, the book, The Punisher.
What do you think about the cover, Jim? Real quick.
This cover?
Yes.
I don't like this cover.
Me neither.
The Punisher, the entire run of The Punisher starting in 1986, okay, until today, has had a total of 8,533 signature series books done out of 621 different books. Okay.
Good Lord.
And Eric has 5,000 CGC books on fucking 2 issues of ISOP.
He's moving differently. Who did this cover? Is this Chuck Dixon?
That's insane.
Totally insane.
Chuck Dixon is a writer, so he obviously did not draw that.
I think this is Kane and White's cover.
Okay.
What do you think, Nicholas? You like that cover?
And the background is a little bit too weird for me. I think it'd be a little bit more symmetrical to be a better design for it, but
just like that other drawing.
Exactly, Kevin. That just tells you people bought that book, Jim, because never intending to buy it. They just wanted the trophy.
Up for pre-order. This is one of our most highly anticipated comic books, and I know you're going to enjoy it. But not only did the animation you just watched serve as the trailer for the book, it also is the pilot. Let me take some time to explain. We've done several animated trailers since the launch of Rippaverse Studios. During that period of time, we were familiarizing ourselves with the industry while also building our creative team. Our animations consistently improved, and we now believe that we have the foundation to take things to the next level. Simply put, we want to have an animated universe with long-form content. This animated universe will not simply exist on its own. It'd be an extension of the comics with accurate adaptations specifically made to fit fit the animated format. But this isn't a pilot meant to shop this around in hopes that some mega corporation will pay us to pick it up and then, run it into the ground. This is more of a proof of concept for the audience in hopes that you like what you see so we can do this independently. As you see, our quality is top notch. And if we have the time and resources to produce, we can create awesome competitive content for your enjoyment.
Any comments on that?
No.
Well, it's definitely not accurate to the covers. You
Yeah.
got that instead of a.
Yeah. Look at this costume. Look at this costume versus the cover, Jim.
Like,
it's
like-
typical Eric July shit. Nothing ever is the same from one thing to the next.
Like now if I were to choose between the like design wise, if I were to choose between the one from the book cover versus the animation version, I would go with the animation version.
Why?
The logo on his chest looks like a condom logo or something.
Yeah.
It's a chess piece knight, but but like I just like the anime version because it looks simpler. Because like the one from the cover looks way too busy. Like there's just way too much on him.
That's fair, but isn't the cover well? Okay, I'll hit play. You want me to keep going, Dave?
Yeah.
Horseman would be a great starting point, voiced by the legendary Dean Cain. That said, animation is much different from comics when it comes to production. It takes a bigger team to produce, and of course, it's far more expensive. And getting a financial return from it is a different animal, especially in this digital age. With a comic, we can create and sell the physical copies, which dominate the market. With animated content, it's far more difficult to get that return. You'd have to invest.
Pause it, Julio. He talks every week about how much comics are struggling, right? They're struggling across the Western market. They're dying out. They're dying. But he just said making a comic is easy and people get to have a comic, but digital content is where it's really rough, guys. This is the whole Gary argument with we won the battle, but the war is going to take a long time, Julio. So this is his thing. Now we have to really make an impact by your memberships to grow Rippa fucking animation. Are you kidding me?
He's like the Daily Wire.
Like, dude, man, stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
Stop with the taking money out of everybody's hands every 2 seconds with this shit.
Plus his company has not deserved the right to start an animated series.
That's not true. If he's got the money, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care what you do with your money. You have a right to do it. Now, has he earned the credibility for people to tune in? That's a different thing, Andrew, right? But let's say Horseman changes it all, Jim. Let's say Horseman is a book that everybody else in that company has to live up to going forward. It
like
might
this
change
becomes his Spider-Man.
Yeah, but like imagine that's the thing that changes it, and all the other books better go more in that direction than the gay op that they've been pulling in these other books. That might happen. I don't think it'll happen because I just don't think there's enough people that left that are going back, Julio. He's not going to see that number that he's ever seen before again.
But he should have expected that, don't you think? He must have.
Yeah, but he can't do this to people. So there's the memberships, Jim. He's hoping to do at least 10 to 12 books a year, plus shirts and hats and all that shit that go with it. And then he wants them to pay for an animation subscription. Is that what this is? Is it going to be a different subscription just to support the anime? Is this going to be like, his crowdfunding?
We're getting there.
Oh, fuck. God damn, dude. Stop taking money from your people and give them something back. You've never gave them a fucking free sticker yet, Eric. Imagine that, Julio. Never one thing goes back to the customer when he gets to certain goals.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Return. You'd have to invest a lot in it before you ever have a chance to make that money back. That's why
Don't
it's
worry, the
far
Russians
more
got your back,
attractive
Eric. The Russians got you covered, just like they did when you started your comic book company.
people to sell off the rights to a big studio. Doing that is a lot less risky, and of course, they'll just pay you. But here's our plan and pitch. Our long-term goal is to house long-form content on our membership platform at rippaverse.com. Basically, it'll have a streaming service element. Eventually, once we can justify it, certain works would be distributed on other platforms with hard copies such as Blu-ray. If we ever hit 5,000 paid members of any kind, we'd finish episode number 1 of The Horseman. It'd have at least a 10-minute runtime. We'd release that on our social media platforms. So
Just letting you know, there's some interesting math coming up in a minute. Spoiler.
most people can view it in hopes that it would invite newbies to become members. Once we hit 10,000 total members, we commit to completing the first season of The Horseman, which would be housed exclusively on our platform. Right now, the comics and merchandise pay for the comic books. That'll always remain our primary focus. The memberships, which come with awesome perks, we hope to be what funds Rippaverse Studios projects. I love to keep our animators busy and build Rippaverse Studios to be the next big indie producer. So head over to rippaverse.com and become a paid member if you want to support this plan. Perks right now include merch and shipping discounts, but we're also doing a membership overhaul. Soon, we will be adding forums so you can nerd out with the fandom. We'll also do plenty of member-only content and streams so we can let you in on the process creatively. The list of perks will continue to grow. So please share this video out to all of your friends and family and become a member over at rippaverse.com and go pre-order The Horseman, Welcome to Flores Park by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. You guys want to see something cool? This is a DC character, Julio, called Sportmaster.
He's not new. Like, I think he's actually.
I didn't
like
say he was new.
Oh,
I just said, do you want to see something cool? This is a DC character, Julio. Look familiar at all? At all? Just a little bit?
And yeah, the Young Justice version is like is really badass.
I mean, looks pretty familiar. And then we've got this one. Let's share this one. This guy named Wild Dog.
Jason Voorhees?
That's what I thought.
There you go. Another DC character. Where did Chuck Dixon work, guys? All those years. Oh, he worked at DC.
What didn't make sense to me is when, and I don't have a problem with Eric doing animation. I think it's cool if that's what he wants to do. But he says $5,000 will get you 1 episode, 10,000 will get you 10. It didn't make sense to me.
If you guys had a guess, let's say Amazing Fantasy number 15, the first appearance of Spider-Man, how many CGC rated books do you think there would be of that?
88.
It's a lot more than you would think, actually. There's 3,941 CGC rated books. The average grade is you're skipping. Damn it, I was on the wrong one. The average grade is a 3.0.
Oh, wow.
So
there's 4 9.6s in the world of that book.
Well, those are, I think those 9.6s are, those are universal. So those are good. There's 4 of them. So those are probably worth
thousands of dollars.
Probably represent
Hundreds of
every single
thousands of
copy
dollars.
in existence.
Right.
Hundreds of thousands. The restored are hard to, you know what I mean? Those are, I wouldn't buy a restored book, but anyway. And then I was just saying, like, who the fuck is someone's computer keep beeping?
Somebody's does.
Sorry, that's probably me. It's my Discord.
But
I'll just quit it.
No, you're right. But then I was going to go, this is Action Comics #1, first appearance of Superman.
Mm-hmm. 9
Less
more
than
years.
There's less than 100 CGC rated books.
And just wait in 9 years. When Action Comics #1 goes to public domain.
No, I'm just saying.
Doesn't change the value of this
doesn't
book.
change the value of this. These two 9.0s are worth buddy.
$1 million?
Whatever someone's willing to pay for.
Right.
$1 million.
No, I think they sold. I think the last one that sold for like 7 or 8 million.
Crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all about the quantities, I guess.
Yeah.
And I had checked, Detective Comics 27, the first appearance of Batman 2. It's really low numbers, like 50, 60, graded books.
You know why?
Because they don't exist.
Also people just read books.
Well, no, back then I'm saying, but now these would have all been graded probably in the past 25, 30 years, I would say.
Right. It's a magnum.
I was told this one story where a guy was like at a yard sale and it was like this old like no, like, I have a point to this.
No, I was not interrupting you. I was just laughing.
This very old lady was like just selling a bunch of stuff, and she had a big box of old comics, and one of them was Detective Comics #27, and this young guy knew that this old lady had no idea, what the real value of that comic was, so he bought it from her, for like $2.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh man, lady, if only you knew, how much that book was really worth.
Nicholas's icon is
like disturbing.
Cool.
Yes.
What is?
That's what I've been posting at the bottom of all the Rippaverse comic posts.
Jim, can we get our knowledge on with more conspiracy theories, please?
Sure.
You had one, right? You had a second
I got another one.
Well, let's
find it. Hold on. Close this.
Stop paying attention to that CGC stuff.
Okay.
I'm sure you got some old books laying around. Though you might want to go get them rated, right?
There's a couple I might send in now. I don't know. I got to look and see. I'm just going to look and see how many
are in existence.
First, see how many are in existence before I bother. Like there's only, I think I saw like 4 or 5 Goodings only on the registry.
Because nobody cares.
Well, no, because Eric didn't send them out. So,
right.
But let's see, where are we at here?
Those are the true fans.
Yeah. Playlists. Conspiracy theory topics.
So your last day off of the week this week, Julio, tomorrow, huh?
I know, it went by too fast.
Yeah. The good thing is you get to get up Monday, work, and just you're still at home, right?
I'm looking. My son happens to have the day off tomorrow, so I think we're gonna go get a couple of hoagies and
I thought you said a couple of hoes. I was like, yeah. Oh, hoagies. Never mind.
That's a better idea, Jim.
With some beer and hookers.
A couple of hoes. Jeez.
Get some hooas.
Some dirty hooas.
All right. Now, I don't know if anybody knows who this guy is. He's kind of famous.
It's Mickey Rourke.
Before you guys start that, I think this is my time to dip out. Since we're done talking.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Thanks for joining.
Later, Andrew.
Everybody go to xpcomics.com, to get King of Justice #1 before issue 2 comes out.
You bet. Go check out Andrew's book. It's really fun. Even Jim likes it.
Yeah, this guy was in Boardwalk Empire, I think, Jim, right? Is that where I know him from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thought he looked familiar.
Is it Danny DeVito?
No, it's Danny Trejo.
Oh. Okay.
Danny DeVito.
It does look like Danny DeVito.
You saying all wops look the same, Dave? How dare you?
Those wops.
I know.
Those dirty wops.
You're nothing but a thieving wop.
That's right. Clip it, Rip-A-Verse Golf Post.
Chicago with $40 in my pocket. My son is now 12. I'm still married and I love my wife dearly. We had to make a living. I was younger than I am now and thought I needed more. I didn't believe in prohibiting people from getting the things they wanted. I thought prohibition was an unjust law, and I still do.
What if I told you that a glass of alcohol during the 1920s could be more dangerous than we ever imagined? Because it wasn't just bootleggers or the mob who posed a threat, but the U.S. government itself. In an effort to enforce prohibition, the U.S. government took a drastic and deadly measure. It poisoned alcohol to deter people from drinking. And the result? Thousands of deaths.
What?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Public outrage and a lasting stain on American history. Now, let's dive into the era that made this all possible. Prohibition.
61 15-gallon barrels and 183 8-gallon barrels of rye whiskey, estimated to be the largest individual seizure of liquor in the state of New Jersey.
The year is 1920. The 18th Amendment has just passed, and the U.S. is officially a dry nation. Lawmakers believed banning alcohol would reduce crime.
Yeah, you would have thought that the 18th Amendment passing and getting rid of liquor wouldn't have allowed the 19th Amendment to pass.
I never thought of that.
You know, that they were like, whoa, bitches, calm down. We can't even drink.
Right. You've done enough damage.
Yeah. Because it was all the women that were out there with the signs that got it passed. So they should have been like, whoa. You already fucked us once. Let's not go again.
Didn't they, the temperance movement. That was
That was all women.
And wasn't there somebody with a hatchet or something like that, Jim?
Yeah, Molly Hatchet. Yeah, she'd go around and chop open.
Flirting with disaster.
All right, Chris.
That's where the band
Chris is
got
back
their
in
name
business, Jim.
Gotcha.
He's got his spreadsheet ready for Horsemen. We'll have to get him on.
To ask Chris if Chris needs to do a spreadsheet of all the CGC books, pull that spreadsheet up and like the percentage of books, because from what we saw, I would say almost like for Yaira and for Alpha Core, man, there's like almost half of the books sold were fucking CGC.
At least 25%. Yeah. A lot.
A lot.
Many such cases.
Many such cases.
Yeah. I mean, God bless him for having his $300,000 first day. I just think that's his wad, Jim. I think it is.
I think he's. I mean, if the next 2 days is going to tell. If he keeps going at a good pace, well, yeah, but I'm saying if he keeps going at a good clip over the weekend and stuff, if by Monday he's at $500,000, he'll easily crack $1 million.
Easily?
I think so.
You guys have way more faith in these broke ass motherfuckers than I do.
Well,
because they're broke.
Well, you got to understand. No, he's
what?
He's got a whole new market. He's got all the dressage, people that can come in, all the horse people. He's opening up because plus this guy is a Hispanic hero, so he's got all the Hispanic people to buy it now. Like that's why Frog Tony clearly bought it for that reason, and Angus and the rest of them because they got a caballeros. Hello, caballeros, muchachos, buy my book.
He's not.
Zorro.
This is nothing to celebrate, not even a little bit. Well, that's if he wants to join, I'm gonna send Mr. Bacon.
I would love for him to come in and tell us how this is bad, because
I don't think he's gonna say it's bad.
No, I didn't.
I'm just not convinced he's gonna get this to over 700K. I'm just not.
Oh, I think he's gonna blow past Yaira.
1.4.
Fucking John Delarose, who knows everything. He's the greatest comic book guy around. You know, he knows everything. He said 1.5 million easy.
Then you know he's fucked.
No statute required.
Don't discount the furries.
Yeah, you know.
So the dressage, the equestrian community, furries, and Latinos.
I was putting furry tags in his post when he first announced Horseman.
What about all the vigilantes out there too? They're going to want to buy this, right?
True.
All of our vigilante heroes, and all the big fat boss or crime boss lords. They want to see a copy because that guy wasn't over the top at all.
Maybe the U.S. military is going to buy this for their troops because they're all wearing these dog masks now and stuff. And
I don't see it. I don't see a charity fucking tab anymore.
Yeah, that's odd.
Yeah,
how that went away.
Wonder why.
You should do a Slowpoke Rodriguez comic when that.
To counter Speedy Gonzalez.
He was my favorite character in those cards. Fucking just a lazy drunk.
Yeah.
Animal.
The lazy drunk.
He was.
No, senor. I know how to go this way.
He was so great.
But a horseman's not a furry.
You do an El Cabong crossover with Horseman, that'd be something.
Sure, that'd be awesome. Yeah,
I'd buy that.
Yeah, of course you would.
Senor.
Si, senor.
Horseman, Ripperverse first gay hero.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Let's look back at simpler times. Things made sense.
Boost public health, and help people live morally upright lives. But what they didn't anticipate was a massive backlash and how determined people would be to keep drinking. Instead of cleaning up the country, Prohibition opened the door to a world of secret bars, bootleggers, and organized crime syndicates. One of the biggest problems? The law didn't change people's desire to drink. In fact, it may have made alcohol more alluring.
In the commercial area of Georgetown, it was a real good front. The basement went right out through the back and out to the alleyway. Now, Dad would mix his alcohol there. And I savored a many a quart jar.
We have an expert in the room. How you doing, Chris?
Oh,
Hey, Chris.
hey guys. Yeah, I tell you what. I'm good. I was looking yesterday on the Eve of Horseman,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking, you know what? I'm gonna go back and look at this Gooding because I didn't track it. Somebody else was good enough to record the numbers. Oh, I need to.
Yeah, there was another Chris Bacon-ish guy out there on Twitter a lot.
Yeah, he was recording the daily numbers. So I went back and looked at that stuff, and I said to myself, the Gooding, all things being equal, didn't perform as bad as the optics were for that particular collection. I put a tweet out about it yesterday. I don't have like a reference, but it wasn't that bad. If he would have done a similar campaign, he would have done okay. And the point of that exercise that I put together yesterday was just to show how much money he left on the table. So I was interested to see what we were going to have today when this thing dropped. And I said, okay, Gooding was 39 days. This one is 53.
Yep.
The typical, like the Yair and the Alpha Core campaigns were 76 days. So he's found some sort of a medium between those two. And that's probably not a bad amount of time, but I mean, it's fine, but at the same time,
We kind of talked about that earlier a little bit, Chris. Like maybe I think he's listened to you enough to know after the first 6 days, all the CG books are probably going to be sold, and that's going to give him enough to get those rated and shipped. If he extends it out long enough to where, okay, they're rated now, the campaign ended, I can send them out with their regular stuff.
yeah, but one thing that was interesting with Gooding that didn't happen before, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that he didn't really announce it. There was really no build up to that dropping of the collection, is it didn't fall off after the first week near as hard as the first ones did. I mean, like all the other campaigns were dropping off considerably after the first week. And all things considered, by the end of the first week, it had only gotten to like 40% of total sales. So I found that to be interesting.
And that was actual book sales for that campaign because you didn't have a bunch of extras and a bunch of CGC stuff to go with it.
Well, I'm talking about just like the drop off in revenue from, say, like day 1 to day 6. It wasn't nearly as dramatic. So, but when I was looking through the product assortment that he has for this one, he's got the CGC books, he's got a lot of stuff, and it looks to be more in line with the offerings that he had for like Yaira or Alpha Core. Like I've got the graphics of all this stuff saved, so I don't have to go through the internet archives again one day. He's got 4 covers, CGCs for all of them, a poster, 2 shirts, a hat, all the like catch-up packages and all that other shit.
Well, and he's got CGC books for Alpha Core in this collection too,
which shouldn't be there, but that's neither here nor there. So there is quite a bit of stuff. One thing that stood out to me immediately is the price points on this.
They went up.
The price points compared to the Gooding are quite a bit more. And I was under the impression, like when he did Gooding, the kind of the narrative was, I'm lowering the prices for the customers. I'm trying to lower prices or whatever.
Yeah, we got better. We got better. We're smarter now. We can do this. Right.
It's hard to say. So like with Gooding, the covers range from 18 to 35. The cover ranges for this are 25 to 50. So that's a considerable markup. Obviously there were no CGC books, but the other ones from, let's say, I've got it pulled up here. I've got all this shit pulled up. I did quite a bit of digging today for all this shit. So the Yaira books, for example, those CGC books average 150 to 172. So he's coming down a little bit on price on the CGC. But again, the main covers are higher. Some of the price points, let's see here, for these shirts and whatnot are more or less the same. Some of the merch that, he's got, like, I'm trying to find like, so a Yaira t-shirt, $28. These shirts are $28. All of these things are fairly equal, say, like compared to like prior price points. The big difference, of course, is the book totals. The CGCs being a little bit lower than the last time he had it with Yaira, but these covers being higher than Gooding by a decent amount. So he's doing some interesting things here. And I think maybe to his credit, he's trying to find a sweet spot as far as the total number of days. And he's going to call this a collection, but this is a campaign. I mean, it just is. It's got all of the same products that the campaigns had. The time is a little bit less, but that doesn't really matter. So I did some finagling and got some figures. I'll share what I got so far.
We were going through CGC total books that's been done for his books. It's almost 25% of his books have been CGC rated for Yaira and Alpha Core.
Yeah, I mean, he's got quite a bit of them. And I even referenced today, like when he was initially doing like Alpha Core, for example, he had a certain number of books that he publicized, and he went past that considerably as far as what's on the registry. So why he's doing that, I don't know. But I'll show you what I got here. And I'll zoom in whenever this pulls up. How big does that look on your end?
Enhance.
Okay.
Enhance, Luke.
View, zoom. Let's go 200. How's that look?
There you go.
Okay.
Looks good to me.
All right. So here we go. So here we are on day one. And this is why I'm saying this is nothing to write home about. So we've got these, again, these are the totals through the last time I looked at it. This was Gooding. Here's the difference so far. Here is Horseman sales. Here's Gooding sales. Pretty good difference so far.
Mm-hmm.
$209,000. But we just discussed, and you were discussing a little bit earlier, where that difference is coming from. So going down here, here's all the stuff that he's got available, again, for this campaign. All this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very Yaira-like as far as offerings in these fucking books again. So he's got plenty of stuff. Again, he can call it a collection, but this is a campaign in every sense of the word compared to what he's done. So he's got this. He's got a shit ton of merch. As we all remember, Gooding had the 4 covers, no CGCs. It had 1 poster and 1 T-shirt. That's all. That's all the offerings were. So yeah, he hit $317,000 by like 10 o'clock Central Time or whatever. So that looks good. Here's where it gets interesting. He went away from doing total purchasers, right? It's just books sold now. So I'm having to use a different formula for this. So based on books sold, his revenue is almost 100% more, or is over 100% more than it was for Gooding. Again, for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I was interested to see, okay, well, we've got books. We've got these books. We don't have total purchasers. What kind of formula can we put together to try to decipher that? Well, there is ways. So we have the apples to apples because Yaira and Alpha Core had 4 covers, 4 CGC books. And based on the totals from those campaigns, each customer, total purchaser, averaged 1.63 books for Yaira, 1.69 books for Alpha Core. That's incredibly close. So I went with the average of 1.66. So we can kind of project. This was, again, this had no CGC. So this number would actually be a little bit higher. But for Horseman, 3,100 customers, Yaira, Alpha Core, I mean, we can see that this is starting off a little bit better than Gooding, but it's nowhere close to the
1.4 campaigns, right?
Yep. And as far as initial projections, again, I always wait until day 6 based off of historical numbers, because again, this is now a collection that people were kind of maybe looking forward to. They kind of knew what to look for. It wasn't like Gooding that was kind of just dropped at the last second. And we'll be able to see what happens as we go through this. But as we all know, Alpha Core ended at 1.3. This ended at 1.575, and a lot of that, about $150,000 was because of a fucking statue
on the last week, right?
On the last 3 days of that campaign. So those are to say that this is going to hit $1.5 million. There's no world where this hits $1.5 million. I can tell you that on day 1.
I say 700,000, dude. I'm a dick, though. I never think he's going to do $1 million again, ever.
So again, we'll see how this falls off. Even Gooding, we can see. I mean, this is just sales. It dropped off considerably, almost 75%. And then the next day, another 60%. So these campaigns, there's nothing new to it as far as how they track. But again, Gooding held up pretty good, again, compared to the other two as far as not having that sharp drop off. But again, I think that has a lot to do with how that was released, more so than people just maybe necessarily having staying power behind it. But had it gone on for a full 76 days, it would have been $1 million campaign, most likely, with all things being equal, with a similar product assortment.
Oh yeah, if it was, if it got the same publicity,
the customers would have probably have been there. As we can see, this was 39. It was at 6,013. A 76-day campaign, it probably would have tracked and eventually hit at least what Yaira hit, or very close to it. It probably would hit at least 10,000 customers. Again, it didn't make a whole lot of money because it didn't have a whole lot of offerings. But
and it had $18 books.
Yeah, it certainly did. So across the board, it looks like he's got a higher overall average price point. And again, when he's got those CGC books, that the people who are going to buy them probably bought them today. And again, because these numbers are so top heavy, the average on a book basis, this number is not going to drop heavily over time. Just like by the end of this campaign, it was 26.14. It started at 29. That's kind of par for the course for all of these campaigns. It'll probably end up in like the mid upper 50s on a per, book basis. But is this going to hit 1.5 million JDA? Not a fucking chance in hell. And again, I think with the campaign format that, he's saying doesn't exist, but it does. I mean, the collection campaign, he's got this, again, the same shit, almost about the same amount of time. He can call it whatever the fuck he wants, but it's the same damn thing. So again, we'll see how this plays out over the next 6 days. And by the end of the week, middle of next week, I should say, I'll make a call on this. And Yaira and Alpha Core, I was within 1% on both of them.
Chris, what number would you think would be reasonable for an independent comic creator like Eric to hit with a comic like this?
As far as like a total?
What would you consider a success?
Well, again, I don't know as far as gross doesn't matter with this guy. It's net. And because the guy's got a retarded amount of expenses, you've got to go on that number alone. Trying to come up with what's successful based on a gross number for the Rippaverse doesn't mean anything. It's
right, because like if you don't know what his daily nut is, this number means dick.
His daily nut is
his daily nut. Like every day he's got to pay people. His daily nut is a lot of money, dude. It's not like these other indie guys that do, whatever amount they do. They don't have the nut that he does. I mean,
nobody really knows what he's spending on his daily nut.
No,
how can anybody assume they know whether he's making
profitable?
money?
Just like it's always disingenuous for those folks to say like, oh, he's blowing away Ethan Manskyver.
Sure.
Ethan rents a small warehouse. He has like one other person, two people tops, and himself doing this stuff. His overhead cost is considerably lower than what Eric's is. So is that a good number? Is it not? Who the hell knows?
I don't think it is if he's selling books for $5 to make quick cash.
No, I don't think so either. But again, this is what matters, and this is what should matter to him. Again, if I had CGC books, that would have jacked that up. This probably would be closer day one to this than it is, probably by like maybe $500-600,
right?
Because he would have probably sold at least 500 of those CGC books during that time. So these numbers, because of this, and we're having to go by a per book to come up with these figures now. I can't say that this is that much better than Gooding, to be quite honest. And again, it ain't nowhere near this.
No.
With the same offering and the same shit. And that has got to be incredibly worrisome. And he was putting out a statement saying that Horseman is going to be the new centerpiece of the Rippaverse. And I was thinking about that. again, we don't know the details of the Isom settlement and all that shit, but why would you go from your title character that you introduced and now Isom is just kind of on the side while you're focusing and building your universe around Horseman? Why the change? Obviously, I think we can all speculate. We don't know the answers, but we can speculate. I don't know. It's incredibly difficult to speculate that stuff, but yeah, who the hell knows what number he actually has to hit for it to be considered successful. I can say this with a lot of confidence: if you are a well-structured business running efficiently, and I would say, like, when I say that, like an S&P 500 business, if you've got a profit margin of 15% net, that's fantastic. To give you an example, Walmart's is 5% of every dollar they spend, they keep a nickel. Apple, for every dollar they spend, they keep like 18 to 20 cents. So you can kind of figure what his net may be, just kind of based on other companies that are, well run, but who the hell knows what he's doing? Spending how much money he's spending on Dean Cain to voice over the Horseman animations or whatever.
A pilot episode for his new streaming service.
I mean, trying to get people to be members. He's like, if we can get 10,000 members, dude, you can't get 10,000 people to buy this shit. And to get people who are going to regularly pay you money every month, and you need 10,000. You got a lot of work to do, and you got a lot of bridges to stop burning.
I agree. I was surprised his membership was low already, that he hadn't even reached 5,000 yet.
I don't know what his membership total is. But
well, that's what they were saying, like that the 5,000 members was the goal to produce the 10-minute pilot, which would infer that he hasn't reached that yet.
Yeah.
And that's such a low percentage of his overall YouTube audience.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of work to do. But again, these are just factual numbers, his own numbers, and I'll put them out in a few days, and I will get endless hate. I will get the comments from people like Sturgis. Why are you pocket watching? This is successful. You don't know shit. Blah, blah, blah. Even though I call these fucking campaigns closer than probably anybody working in that warehouse could project. But
even if this campaign made 500 grand, wouldn't it be successful?
Again, what's he spending to make that 500,000?
I don't know. I mean, that's the missing variable, right? And everybody knows what he's grossing.
Dude, I don't know why anybody thinks anything less than $2 million for Eric July is a success when he did $3.7 million. Sorry. And he's creating new characters that people should want to invest in. Isom was new, Yaira was new, Alpha Core was new, Horseman's new, Gooding's new. But in my opinion, all these fucking books should be at $2 million with his customer base, his loyal fans, the one that he's going to start a forum with so they can be involved in the comic and they can have conversations on the Rippaverse website that he's begging to give $5 a month for. Dude, if you're telling us you want to do 10 to 12 books a year, then stick memberships on people, and they can't afford it, Chris. At some point, it's over.
You see the comments like when he did his $5 sale, some that he was replying to, hey, thanks for the sale. I'm finally able to afford these books.
And the other comments was, you motherfucker, you just devalued every book I bought from you. Like, God damn it, dude. Don't do that to us. They were pissed.
Yeah.
They're not all ripatards that buy this stuff. They're actually collectors, a lot of them. And they didn't like it. So Dean Cain is going to push Horseman to 2 million. I know I'm being harsh, Julio and Jim, about the $2 million thing, but goddamn, 1.5 to him, Dude, he's got a $1.5 million operation alone, like every 3 months that he's got to pay people, dude.
I don't think you're harsh, Dave, but your equation is perfect. It's gross minus daily nut equals net.
Yeah.
And we all know the gross, and nobody fucking knows the daily nut. So
Nope.
nobody knows the net.
Well, here's the thing. And when he first started off, he put out a transparency statement one time after ISOM 1, as far as like, that's how people know he bought 50,000 copies of ISOM 1 cover C. That's how people knew like what he was paying for certain things. But that never came out again. Why? Why did you only release one transparency statement and that was it? What are you what are you afraid to tell people? And when you're setting that expectation, oh, we're going to be transparent and all of this stuff. Okay, well, that's fine. He doesn't owe that to anybody.
Nope.
But that just,
I would have never did that.
That just fuels speculation on, what the hell are you doing? And when you look at, again, the early campaigns that he did, he bought ISOM 2, pre-ordered it based on ISOM 1 results, and he bought Alpha Core based on ISOM 2 results. So he always, at least early on in what he was doing, he was anticipating at least a match of the prior campaigns based on what he was purchasing.
Yep.
And let's put it this way, nobody in their right fucking mind would buy 50,000 copies of a book that they didn't think they would sell. They wouldn't scale an operation the way he did after ISOM 1 if they didn't think that was going to be the norm. So, but unfortunately, that's not the case, and he's seeing that, and that's why he's putting out, in my opinion, summer collections, going back and screwing people with those, ISOM 1 CGC books, re-releasing all of this, stuff that was supposedly campaign exclusive, because I think he'd rather, in his mind, he's like, I'd rather deal with the backlash than face reality.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. His excuse is, well, don't buy my books to be a collector. Okay, dude, stop then. Just say it's not a signature series. Don't say it's anything special when you make these campaigns. Yeah, because when you're doing 4,500 CG books of, what was it, Yaira Gem?
ISOM 2 has 5,000 CGC books. ISOM 1 numbers aren't in yet because he just did that. The ISOM 1 numbers are low because it's only a couple hundred, because they're not in the registry yet because he just sent them out. You know what I mean? He's doing it right now.
That back campaign, yeah.
Yeah, that back campaign. So they'll take a couple months to get into the registry.
But 5,000 of them.
Of just ISOM number 2. So I don't know how many total books for ISOM number 2 did he sell, Chris? 50,000? 40,000?
I can tell you. Hold on.
I thought it was like 30.
Let's see. The total books for ISOM 2, 32,540.
Yeah.
And that's everything. That's regular CGCs.
Well, no, I'm
because
saying
he never differentiated.
Right. Well, no. So there's 5,000 CGC ISOM number 2 books in the registry. Mm-hmm. So
17%.
17% of his. That's what you call a diluted market.
Yeah. And again, I don't know how much he listens to me, because I don't think anybody in the warehouse is telling him this. When he shot himself in the foot with Gooding by not having the merch, he saw the results of that, right? He saw only 291,000. And he's thinking to himself,
I am shocked that he didn't send whatever he had left for Gooding. Why he didn't send him the CGC?
I don't know. He could have added that, I'm sure, and people would have.
Right. I mean, because right now, I'll pull it up. I think there's only like 40 books.
Of Gooding? I thought it was 6.
8.
8, yeah.
8. There's only 8.
And those are all customer mail-ins.
Yeah, customer mail-ins. So.
Yeah, but how many?
I think he got. when he got the Gooding stuff, he's like, yeah, I really need to sell merch. I cannot have another collection campaign, whatever the hell he wants to call it, that is not incredibly merch heavy.
Exactly
He's
right.
never going to make the money that he needs just selling books. It's not going to happen ever. And he's got to be looking again at the writing on the wall. How many people are going to be buying shirts for any of these properties when there's so many books in? Is he going to have a new, shirt every fucking collection or campaign?
Is
How
he
many?
CGC rating his tank tops? Is that possible? Can you do that?
Well, I was shocked. Like, Yaira has 35, 36.
I got a white beater 9.8.
3,700 CGC rated books. And what did they sell? About the same number of books, right? It's like 30,000, 35,000. Yeah.
No, Yaira was a lot less.
It was less books.
Yeah, it was a lot of merch, dude. Yaira was a lot of merch. I think Yaira was like 19,000 or something, 21,000.
We even had booty shorts.
Yeah.
Yaira sold 18,945 books.
Holy fuck. So
20%.
Almost 25%.
Yep.
It's like 22%.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
He's
That is true. People will buy shirts all the time. They'd rather buy the shirts than the books half the time.
How many Ripazines did he sell? Do you know?
Oh, I didn't keep up with the Ripazine stuff. The only reason I had the Gooding stuff is because that one guy was posting it on Twitter every single day.
You want to hear the total number of Ripazines that got CGC rated, Chris?
Well, I've seen the registry, but that's
1,800.
1,800 magazines. I just wonder how many sold. That's the question. Like, and Chris,
well,
he's
the
doing
Ripazine,
this.
the first one was part of that Yaira campaign. That's where he sold the Ripazine books. It was part of the Yaira campaign.
Well, the Ripazine number 2, there's already in here. There's
Yeah, he sold. Yeah, that was a
almost
separate deal
900
altogether.
of Ripazine number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So sounds like he's doing about 900 per magazine to get. See, here's the weird thing, though, Chris. Think about it. Think about how much money he's paying up front for that stuff to sell these in campaigns, rather than letting the people just send them in themselves if they choose to.
Well, again, with what he is selling these things, I'm assuming he gets some sort of a bulk rate. At least I hope so. I mean, his books cost next to nothing. Whatever he's paying CGC, I mean, his margins on those books are fantastic. I mean,
I would think what he's doing is he's probably like, he's not, well, he's paying up front, maybe. I know, because he's getting the money right into his website. So he's probably, after the first maybe 6-7 days of the campaign, he goes, all right, I sold this many CGC books. I'm going to order this many. You know, like if he sells 1,000, he goes, I'm going to get 2,000 because I'll sell another 1,000 by the end. It's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, and with Yaira, he stopped shooting himself in the foot as far as product availability because he was making the mistake of saying these are campaign exclusive. And when he got to Yaira, all that language went away. As far as you're not going to be able to, he'll sell it till it sells out.
Cynic's on a roll in the chat.
So in a way, like when he's doing these $5 sales or he's got the product availability, to me, that just says like he has absolutely no shame. Again, the Alpha Core books that were marked sold out, here they are again. But if he's wised up, which it looks like he has, as far as not just pre-ordering a bunch of shit just to sit on inventory, I'm assuming he's doing that now with the shirts, with the books. He's getting the orders in, and he's like, okay, I'm going to do that
Plus
probably
10%,
2 weeks in,
right.
plus a fudge factor. if he's seen any of my shit, he's like, damn, that dude, he fucking doesn't like me, but he can project the fuck out of my campaigns. So let me just wait for him to tell me what the fuck to do. He can start getting his inventory in control, and if he makes it another 18 months, 2 years, this will all be in the rearview mirror. Because how far can you go back and keep breaking balls? Because these $5 sales, you can bust his balls now, but unless he's literally retarded, that should never happen again, ever. So again, eventually this should be out of sight, out of mind. And the product availability stuff that I bitched about for the longest time, again, if he makes it another 18 months, 2 years,
Yeah, but
that should never be a thing.
Didn't you see how packed his warehouse was in that video that he had to clear out the space?
Yeah, he's got a shit ton of stuff like on the bottom racks and whatnot, pallets and pallets of boxes. And
But if he gets his inventory under control, Chris, that means he can let a lot of people go because they won't be moving a bunch of boxes around and pallets around for no reason. Like that would actually be good for him, right? Like, imagine if he could cut half his staff because he's actually managing his inventory properly, and the same half of people are busy boarding and boxing because they're not unloading truckfuls of 50,000 books.
they'll have plenty of time to run around and play grab ass. I mean,
Unbelievable.
Well, why was Shane, all those books that he sent to Shane and to Ethan and that, they were all bagged and boarded.
Yeah, Ethan's like, he sent me like 2 or 3 boxes of his cover. It's like, God damn, that's a lot.
That's what Shane said too, and then you started ripping them up. Live stream. Then will they have their foot? I don't care. I mean, this whole. You're right, Chris. If he can manage his inventory, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't understand why he thinks he needs to go do animation. It's hard enough for fucking Netflix to stay in business. And when they're asking people for memberships, Julio, I mean, these companies are struggling. So many streaming services are always talking about, I don't think we can make it, and they close down and shit, or they merge to be.
That's a weird decision to try to flex out into a streaming service, I guess, for Eric.
Well,
but
it's not only that. Like, I'm not an entertainment aficionado by any stretch, but I was looking at that. I was like, that's a really choppy animation. It looked like it was done at like 16 frames per second or something. It looked like it was just, I don't know, like really, really old school, or like almost like a flip book that they just did so much with. And like the car chase that was going through the warehouse, I was like, that's the longest car chase in the biggest fucking warehouse on the planet.
that is true, Chris. I noticed that too. I'm like, how big is this warehouse they're driving through?
I was like, that reminded me of the Fast and Furious movie where they were getting chased on the fucking airport runway for 3 or 4 minutes. And like, damn, that's a long ass runway. But yeah, like driving through that warehouse, and then they're like, yeah, Horseman has no acceptabilities. And you see the car zooming past him. And then the next thing you know, he's like hanging on the edge of the car, beating the shit out of the guy in the car. Like, how the hell did he catch up with that damn car?
Yeah, we watched it earlier, and I was like, that did nothing for me. It didn't make me give a shit about that. It's not because I'm being mean. Just I didn't think it was. I didn't like it. Didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm certainly not a purveyor of those things, but even I was looking at that, I was like, this doesn't look good. I'm like, when I say doesn't look good, I'm sure the art itself, the stills were fine, but it looked like a bunch of stills that were loosely stitched together. It looked really choppy. It didn't look fluid in any way, shape, or form. And I was just like, I don't think I could watch even more than 2 or 3 minutes of this without thinking, this is kind of dumb. I'm gonna turn it off.
Yeah, and I'm paying $5 a month for this membership or whatever. Or how much is this? It starts at $5 and up to whatever, 50 or something. And you get 20% off shipping or whatever. If you remember, I don't remember. It's hibbity jibbity shit. You know that the government was trying to poison people during Prohibition with alcohol, Chris?
No.
That's what we're finding out tonight. That
Yeah.
our dirty government, even though they banned alcohol, they were trying to poison the people that were taking their medicinal alcohol. That's what Jim is
I
saying.
wish they'd poison my Coors Light. Stop drinking it.
I didn't even know it was Dean Cain voice acting Horseman. I don't know Dean Cain's voice well enough to even know that was a thing.
I didn't.
That's
I was watching that. I was thinking, did Horseman even talk during that cartoon?
I don't remember. Well, no, it was the bad guy talking about how he's the one that kicked everybody's ass. That
Unless
Horseman.
he's just agreed to do things in the future, like a Horseman voice in the future for future projects.
Yeah.
Well, if he gets his streaming deal and does a whole season of Horseman, I'm assuming Dean Cain will do the voice.
Oh, you mean if he gets enough members? If he gets his 10,000 members?
If he gets 10,000 Daddy Macs or whatever they're called.
Oh, it's got to be Daddy Mac level?
I don't know. No,
Oh.
he said 10,000 any level. But anyway, Dean Cain will be rolling in money if that happens.
That's only 50,000 a month, dude. If it's $5 at 10,000, that's not enough to pay animators every month.
I know. I'm sure Dean Cain.
Right, Chris? I mean, this is
I
the
don't
whole
know.
math thing. I don't understand. Like,
I don't know how much those people get paid to do what they do.
well,
That should go into your spreadsheet, Chris, for the Daily Nut. Figure that shit out. Give me a pivot table.
give me a pie chart, please. Need a pie chart? Like Eric and his pie chart about. Oh, yeah, we did watch that video where Eric's talking about the pie chart bullshit about business, and it's not a fair playing game field out. Remember that Julio last night? It was so dumb. That video was so dumb.
The expanding Earth pie chart. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, it's like he was talking about business to 4-year-olds, Chris, and even the 4-year-olds would have said, "What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about." It's just cope. He gets very upset when people like Shane Davis or somebody make a video. Soggy biscuit chart. I'm buying a Daddy Mac, boys. Who's joining me? I'd rather put your name on the board, Stimulated Cynic, for $20. And thank you for your super chat. That's what you should do with your money if you're going to give it to somebody. Horseman voice actor on fire. He'll do the needful. Well, I think, Jim, are you there? He muted. He's muted. Where he? Oh, he probably took the dog out. So, Chris, you're back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to post about it on the daily like I had been, but I'll keep track of it and put something out from time to time. The main reason I did it is, like I said, the Gooding thing was so different. And when I saw, like, yeah, this could have been a lot better than what it was. The velocity on it was a lot better than what I anticipated. When I saw that, like, after a week, it had only dropped like 40%. I was like, is he onto something here? Did he do something that different? I'll track this Horseman thing because I'll have something to compare it to as far as a collection versus a campaign. But again, when I saw this morning, I'm like, this is a campaign.
Yep.
It's a campaign. It's just how it is.
See, it's tough, right, Chris? Because now you can't compare this to Gooding. It's not Gooding. He did nothing for Gooding to make it make more money.
No.
He said, here's the book, here's a couple covers, here's a shirt and a fucking poster. Enjoy. You got 35 or 40 days to buy it.
What again, that when you look at the whole scheme of things, I'm wondering, did he have to do that for financial reasons to bridge some sort of financial
That's
gap?
what Jim said earlier.
That's what I was saying. It almost seemed to me like something happened and he needed to get a book out fast and get some money fast.
He didn't have the time to produce more shirts or more posters or
right, and he
any of that
didn't
stuff.
have
He
time
just
to
had
send
to
them
get
to
it out
CGC.
the door.
But I mean, I just don't understand why he hasn't. Nobody said, "Hey, I don't know how many Gooding books he's got laying around. If he had, I'm sure he's got some left because he's still selling them right on his store."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So send 100 or 200 to CGC, and then just turn around and dump them on your site and say, "Oh, here's a 9.8 for 200." Here, once they're already graded and you're guaranteeing this is the grade, you could sell them for a different
And
price.
you can say, you could actually number those too, like 1 of 200, Jim. Like,
Yeah.
and it's
well,
not.
I mean, you
it's-
can't really because they could always be more.
I'm,
mean,
I'm
it could,
saying
but it
no,
would be
signature series numbered. You could do that because he would
could.
be a signed signature, and there's 100 of them. There's some value there, Jim.
There would be.
And I would think if he could, it would almost be worth it for him to pay Mike Barron to come to the warehouse and just sign a few of them, because he's got enough people who would buy it just with his name on it.
You're looking at one on the screen right now. You
Yeah,
bought the
David
other
buy
shit.
2 or 3 of them.
Well, you bought the other Gooding stuff, and you like the book.
Yeah, but you know that's. Look,
I'm saying
I'm
for something
seeing
with a signature on it.
I'm glad I looked up the CGC numbers for his books because I will not be buying any CGC books from Ripaverse.
Mm-hmm.
There's too many.
Are you going to buy Horseman, Chris?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I am not.
No, you had it in the cart though earlier.
It's still in the cart. I've been looking at it.
Don't get sucked into the hype.
I don't care enough about him to buy him to begin with, and I'm not supporting the person anymore. Which
Me
is,
neither.
That's the last time I bought was Alpha Core.
I might wait and buy one from secondary market.
That's a different thing. You're not supporting the a-hole at that point.
I don't think Eric's an a-hole. I think he's just misunderstood.
He's just misunderstood.
Yeah, Jim. Jim being the honest player for once. Yeah, misunderstood.
I'll say this: maybe I'll see Eric July again on October 3rd at the courthouse for the Riley hearing.
Oh, is that October 3rd?
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
And I don't understand why it's going to cost Riley so much money for this court case. It doesn't seem like it should be that complicated to go in and go, he didn't threaten him. What are you doing?
Yeah, what's he asking for? What's he think it's going to cost?
I don't want to reveal any information that I saw somewhere else, but that's just, if it goes to trial, we're talking over 15 grand.
I don't know why it needs to go to trial. Seems like they could work this shit out, Chris. Like,
again, most things in general don't go to trial.
Right.
It would only probably go to trial if, let's say, the DA went to Riley and said, like, okay, look, dude, this is what we're bringing you as far as a deal. You're going to take a misdemeanor hit for this, be on probation, stay the fuck out of Texas for 24 months, whatever the case may be. You know, stay away from Eric July. Don't mention him on the internet. Or if you don't accept these terms, you know, when you don't take a plea deal, then you go to a trial.
Sure. Yeah. But would you accept them saying you can't talk about the person ever again? Like, what? First of all, I guess you'd have to if you don't want to go to jail or spend a bunch of money on a court case. But
that's right. It's a bunch of money is the phrase that you just said.
Yeah.
Again, I can only speculate like what they might tell him, what he can or cannot do after that type of a situation. I honestly don't know. But in Texas, for that offense that he's being charged with, it's a misdemeanor unless it's really egregious where they would, you know, try him for a felony.
Like an actual assault, it was included with it or something?
No, like that charge, cyber harassment, carries up to a felony charge. It's a misdemeanor by itself, but it could be up to a felony, I guess, based on how egregious it would be perceived to be.
That's the funny part. If they watch the videos, I'm sure the DA is going, really? Okay, I know we put a restraining order on him, but he put $40 on your window at a public parking lot and showed up to a public parking lot and didn't try to get in the building.
Yeah, and I think too, like a judge would have to look at that, or a district attorney to like, is this a case that I really want to take in front of the people of Collin County, Texas? You know, Can you imagine sitting on a jury for that?
Yeah. No.
I
No.
don't
It's
know.
I agree.
crazy.
If I'm a judge, I'm like, do I really have to deal with you two retards? I've got shit to do. There's people selling drugs, killing people, raping women, and I've got some jackass causing
Well,
problems in front of facilities and some
Not in
other.
Collin County, Texas. It's probably one of like the most affluent
Oh, it is.
counties in the state of Texas. So it's not like there's a whole. It's not Dallas County or Dallas, Texas. Collin County doesn't have much going on. So who the hell knows?
Oh, so yeah, they want to keep their citizens safe. So they're, but Riley's not from Texas, is he? Isn't he live in Kentucky or something?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I would have guessed that.
For some reason, I thought he lived in California.
Ooh.
No, I did. I thought that I thought that's why he knew Dick and Beto so well, Jim. I thought he just lived out there. So
I heard they poison alcohol out there in Kentucky. Is that true, Jim?
Jim's going to tell us.
Waiting.
All right, guys, I'll let y'all get back to it. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm working on it.
Oh, no, I'm glad you came on, Chris. Thank you, sir.
Prohibition lesson.
Well, if you turn off the stream and keep watching it, you're going to learn something. I promise.
Next, y'all are going to be doing a video about like chemtrails. I've got a buddy of mine who's like tells me
Why,
about
that's
this
not a
thing
conspiracy
all
theory.
the
That's
fucking
real.
time. It's like they're
We'll
killing
get your
us
buddy
with
on here.
chemtrails. It's like I don't give a shit.
Yeah, they're poisoning us. This is bad.
I can't wait.
All right.
Thanks,
fellas.
Chris.
Have a good night. Yeah.
See you, Chris.
See you, buddy.
All right, we ready?
Yeah.
We ready to learn?
Yeah.
Full of alcohol.
Enter the speakeasy. Underground bars where people could drink, socialize, and defy the law.
You guys know why they called it a speakeasy?
Yeah, because you don't want to fucking talk about this when you leave the club.
Speakeasy, buddy.
Yep.
From the outside, they look like nothing more than a plain storefront. But behind a hidden door or in a secret basement,
I went to one in
the party
Vegas,
was alive
Jim.
and well. These spots became a social hotspot, often filled with jazz music, dancing, and bootleg liquor. And you had to know the right people or the secret password to get in.
Yep.
Now
Same in
imagine a place
2022.
where everyone's having a good time, and suddenly someone falls ill, poisoned by the very drink in their hand. But how did things get to this point?
Industrial alcohol used in things like fuel and cologne quickly becomes the go-to solution during Prohibition for those looking to drink. But because of the poisonous additives meant to deter consumption, bootleggers
Pause it,
are
Jim.
forced to
What the fuck? Who is that? That's a different guy talking.
I don't know.
That was crazy. Like this is our guy, right?
No, it's
came
probably a
in
different video. It might be an AI video or a different video. Or,
Okay, because like it was like striking, really like, who the hell is
Right.
this guy? He's very excited.
filter the dangerous additives out.
Gangs took over the industry, and none became more infamous than Chicago's very own Al Capone.
That son of a bitch.
His empire stretched from smuggling alcohol across the Canadian border to controlling distilleries in the Midwest. Capone made millions, all while the U.S. government struggled to enforce the Volstead Act, which defined what counted as illegal alcohol and set penalties for breaking the law. And by the mid-1920s, it was clear Prohibition wasn't working.
By 1931, Al Capone was at the top of his game. He had no real rivals anymore among Chicago's mobsters, and he continued to expand his empire in case Prohibition was repealed.
The more the government tried to crack down on illegal alcohol, the more people found ways to get around it. Bootleggers, organized crime, and bribed law enforcement officials made sure alcohol continued to flow through America's veins. The government needed a new plan,
Jim,
one that would target the source of illegal booze.
Prohibition a religious act? Is that why they did it? I mean, there
no,
wasn't.
it was women. There was a temperance movement. They said that women were complaining that they were getting abused.
Influenced
saying
and
like, oh yeah,
abused.
that it was the devil's liquor and it makes people mean and they beat their kids and wives and they squander their money on stuff and then makes them loose and easy. And
So this would have pissed off all the feminists because the feminists think they can do anything, and they should, be able to drink and party and do all that shit. So the temperance movement is basically your ladies down south who've been to, the special schools to learn how to sit and talk and be sweet, right? Is that
No,
the
I think
temperance?
it was. I think a lot of it was. A lot of the people actually in the temperance movement were fine with them drinking. They just didn't want the lower classes, like those drunken Irish or those people drinking.
The lower class?
Correct. They were like the temperance movement was mainly
So the
driven by
temperance
upper
movement.
class.
Oh, they thought they were like
Better than everybody else.
They were better than everybody
else. They were
else.
fine. They still had all their booze.
They had their barrels of whiskey in their in their barns already. Okay. All right.
Well, in their penthouses in Manhattan.
Maybe. Were there feminists back then? Yeah, that's when the feminist movement started, Jim, right? It's one of the biggest government plots to fuck over
the country, for communists to take over. They started with the get rid of the booze, and then they got the women vote, suffrage movement, the temperance movement. It's all the same thing.
Yep.
It was Carrie Nation.
Harry Nation?
Carrie Nation, right?
And Molly Hatchet.
Well, I was.
And that fucking Anne Frank. She wasn't blind or deaf.
But she was dumb.
She was dumb as fuck.
She played a mean pinball.
Yeah.
I am not a potato racist. I said they were the fucking people in the temperance movement. They saw these the dregs of that's what they call them. The dregs of the
those drunken Irish.
Yeah,
Those
coming in on the
drunken
street
Irish.
and beating their wives and kids and stuff, and that's why they stopped it. They were like, we gotta stop this. I wasn't around then.
Isn't that what
remember the war on drugs in the 80s? I didn't even know what drugs were. And then they got commercials telling me what drugs do to my brain when I'm like 12 or 13 years old. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I've seen my parents drink once in a while. I don't know what this drug shit you're talking about is. Now the whole youth in the 80s wanted to find out why their brain could be fried like an egg on a sidewalk when it's too hot. Because remember that commercial? This is your brain.
Yeah.
This is your brain on drugs. And they sizzle the egg on the sidewalk. Ugh.
Isn't that why they closed the pubs early in England at like 10 or 11? Because
they closed them that early?
That's what I don't know. I'm talking.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. I heard they closed early because women were complaining that men were kind of staggering in at 2 o'clock in the morning. And
oh, maybe. All I know though is Europe treats alcohol different than America.
Yeah.
And it's not this fucking devil juice that Americans treat it like. It's weird. It's so weird. A 14-year-old daughter wants to have a glass of wine on a Sunday dinner. There's your wine. Have a good drink. In America, oh my God, that's terrible. No alcohol for you. Don't get that kid started down the wrong path to hell. Okay. Now, drunk driving.
Quakers.
Drunk driving in Europe, I heard they fuck you up. Do not drink and drive in Europe. They lock your ass up for a long time. It's like worse than murder over there, baby. Don't be drinking and driving.
See, I think they should only punish you if you actually get into an accident and do something. If you could drive drunk and not hit nobody.
If you're following all the laws and you've broken no laws, drunk driving, I don't see the difference either.
Yeah.
I had a friend in high school named Mike who I would not get in his car unless he had like 3 or 4 beers because he was a shitty driver.
But when he drank, he was a little more aware.
Yeah. He needed the booze to help him focus.
He was steadying the ship, as they say.
Remember the drug scare in comic? Oh, man. Oh, no.
He brought the hearse up into the back alley. They put everything in the hearse. And where did they go? The safest place that could be. The Arlington Cemetery. Who's going to stop them? There's a hearse going into Arlington Cemetery. They're going to stop a soldier from being buried? No way.
It's pretty clever.
Faced with the unstoppable tide of bootleg alcohol, the U.S. government, particularly the Treasury Department, made a radical decision. So in response, the government began a process called denaturing. This involved adding toxic chemicals to industrial alcohol, essentially turning it into poison. The goal was simple: make it undrinkable. But this wasn't just a bitter-tasting trick to ward off consumers. The chemicals added were lethal.
The federal government's response to this is unbelievable. What they do is they double the amount of poison in denatured alcohol.
They double the amount of poison.
They doubled the amount of poison, hoping that that would stop people from drinking it.
Quinine, used in malaria treatment, was added to give the alcohol a revolting taste. But when ingested in large quantities, it could cause severe health issues. And there was methyl alcohol, also known as wood alcohol, which is far more dangerous. Even small amounts can cause blindness or death.
I'd suck into it and I'd get a mouthful, he'd say, swallow it. Oh, man. That was like swallowing firewater. Nice.
As you can imagine, this didn't go as planned. The people buying illegal alcohol didn't know it had been poisoned. Bootleggers were more concerned about profit than public safety, and many simply didn't care or didn't realize how toxic the alcohol had become. People would unknowingly drink this tainted alcohol at speakeasies or in the privacy of their homes, and the consequences were devastating.
The U.S. government refused to take any responsibility for the poisonings, and
That
rather laid
motherfucker
blame
will
on the
strike you.
drinkers. And
What?
That guy will strike you. He has his own show on history or whatever. So I'm just saying.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I don't make money on ads. So I don't care. Fuck it.
and bootleggers kept quiet in order to keep business afloat.
In cities like New York, the death toll was alarming. By 1927, more than 400 people in New York City alone had died from consuming poisoned alcohol. Nationwide, estimates suggest that by the time Prohibition ended, thousands of Americans had fallen victim to the government's poisoning campaign.
I hate that number, Julio.
Dr. Charles Norris, the
1,000
chief medical...
or 999,000.
Yeah.
Thousands. Let's make it more vague.
Right. Some people.
COVID death
Ish.
totals in the hundreds of thousands. Whatever.
I think a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of people, once they knew what was going on, like I don't want to call them reputable, but more moral or whatever, upstanding people that were doing the stuff that didn't want to poison people were actually redistilling it or something, like running it through a process to try and take the stuff out.
Okay, here's the other weird thing. They knew the exact number the first year in New York was 400. And then through Prohibition, thousands.
Well, they said across the country, they don't,
possibly thousands.
I mean, you heard stories about people going blind all the time. You know, that's where the term blind drunk comes from.
Really? Because I don't think I've ever heard poisoned alcohol, but I think I've been alcohol poisoned because I drank too much. Made me a little blind. How did I get here? Why the fuck? Why am I sleeping on the couch?
Do you know where the term shit-faced comes from?
Where does it come from? Yes. Somebody fell on a pile of horse shit walking home from a bar?
Well, pretty much. But because back in the 1800s and before, they would just throw their piss pots and everything out into the gutter in the street.
Sure.
So it was all in the street. So someone would get
great.
So when someone was drunk and they stumbled out of a bar and passed out in the gutter, they woke up shit-faced.
Makes sense. Makes sense. It's amazing. 2,000 years before, the Romans had aqueducts and indoor plumbing. And here we are shitting in buckets in the United States and throwing it on the street. My God.
Threw it out the window.
Yeah.
In Ohio. Yeah.
We really grew as a population or as a race, didn't we? Like we really learned from our history. No, it all got wiped away, Jim. Do they double the amount? So the whole poison thing here. Now they keep saying industrial alcohol. So when you go down the Bourbon Trail, they don't call it industrial alcohol, Jim. They call it medicinal alcohol, which is different than industrial, right? So
they're talking about the alcohol that they were producing to use in other things to make.
That's
other
what I'm
stuff
saying.
with the
So they're
alcohol.
talking about alcohol that people were using, like rubbing alcohol for the doctor's office and stuff like
how
that.
did all those distilleries, remember in COVID when all the distilleries changed from making alcohol to making hand sanitizer?
I don't know how many did.
A lot.
I don't really.
Yeah.
You know what I bet? I bet they said they did and they never fucking did.
Well,
I mean, but it's not, I don't really think it would be that hard.
no, it's not. It's just alcohol.
Well, they said alcoholism went up during COVID because nobody
People
had
were drinking. People were drinking hand sanitizer.
Yeah. It was
Everclear hand
You're rubbing
sanitizer.
you're just that alcohol absorbs through your skin. If you rub enough hand sanitizer on, you're going to get drunk.
Oh, remember like when COVID was transmittable by touch and they told you to wash your hands every time you fucking touch something at a bathroom or something?
I'm so glad that's over with.
Oh, wait. Again, another Fauci lie. Fucking piece of shit. Piece of shit.
Examiner of New York City, was one of the first to publicly decry this program. He saw firsthand the human cost. His job was to determine the cause of death for many victims, and he was outraged.
Here's what I would
at
love
he
to know,
found.
Jim. I would love to know the number of people that died from just bad moonshine before it got, poisoned by the government. Because I bet the numbers were pretty close. Because there was bad moonshiners that don't know what the fuck they're doing.
We had bathtub gin and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
all that shit that was out there that was killing people. I would love to know those numbers, Julio, just for comparison's sake. Because
we'll just blame it all on you know what? We're going to blame it all on the government anyway because the government
this
was the one who
motherfucker hates the U.S. government. I've noticed it. He hates them.
Well, no, I'm going to blame it all on the government because if they wouldn't have passed prohibition, none of this would have happened. So it's all their fault.
They didn't know how it worked. Yeah, of course they didn't. It's a virus. They knew it was a fucking virus.
Why did actually? I don't know much about prohibition. Why did they pass that amendment? Was it really just a bunch of broads bitching?
Bunch of broads bitching and
That was it?
complaining. That's it. Bunch of broads bitching and complaining, going around these women fucking.
They didn't like the jazz
shit,
clubs. They didn't like all that shit that was affecting American life.
They didn't like there was one fucking escape from their nonstop chirping, chattering, and nagging. They had to take that away.
Well, they had to take it away from the lower class people.
Yes.
Because her husband was still drinking the high-end bourbon. These fucking people that these people are talking about were already drinking the moonshine. They weren't going to the liquor store and getting good hooch. They were getting the cheap hooch from the bootleggers that were around.
I think, too.
And dying.
If I'm not mistaken, that the 18th and 19th Amendments pretty much passed through Congress at around the same time, like pretty close. And then like certain states ratified things at different times. You know what I mean? So some states ratified the right for women to vote before the 18th. You know what I mean? So it kind of got because I want to say the 19th Amendment was completely ratified and put into place 6 months to a year after the 18th Amendment went into effect. It takes a while, all the states have to vote on it, all the stuff that happens. So, so I think it was the women pushing things, and then politicians trying to, we want to get these women votes, so we're going to do what they want. You know what I mean? So it was like a double-edged sword type of thing where two bad things happened at the same time.
And it's like, and that's like, and this is weird, Julio. Reagan loved Nancy Reagan so much, he let her do that war on drugs shit. That was her thing. That wasn't his thing. That was Nancy's thing. That was her whole purpose while she was there as the first. You know how all the first ladies have their thing. Hillary was supposed to do medical, get cheap medical care. It never passed. And then that fucking Michael Obama dude, he wanted school lunches to be better.
What was Melania Trump's gimmick?
Beautiful Christmas trees.
No, she was opposed to bullying on the internet. I'm not bullshitting.
I know. We're saving the South African children.
Well, God bless her. I actually like her.
But I love her class as first lady because she didn't talk shit. And just like Nancy Reagan was a classy first lady, but she got Ronald Reagan to get the Congress to fight a war on drugs that's not winnable.
She was similar to
the
Kamala.
fight. The fight would have been, hey, drug dealers, all drugs are legal. We're going to tax them. And guess what? They can come buy them legally from us like they did with pot. And guess what? My kids go to the pot store. They're not looking for their local dealer after a few years of it.
Yeah, I'm not big on that, though. I know tons of people. Everybody's
I'm more big on that than people making shitty drugs
If
in a
I'm not
bathtub.
mistaken, one of the
Like
Reagan,
alcohol.
one of the Reagan kids had a drug problem, and that's why she was so against it.
Sure,
Like,
and
in the 60s
yeah,
and 70s.
and then Jimmy Carter's brother was alcoholic or whatever.
I had a can of Billy Beer.
Billy Beer.
Billy Beer. Yeah.
That was it. That was his gimmick. Was he was drunk and he liked beer. I was born too late.
Yeah, and the Clinton's brother. Well, never mind.
That's what I'm saying. Like there was bad moonshine as well. I mean, it's not like they were poisoning it. There was just bad moonshine. These guys don't know science. They're out there and they got a copper still, and maybe
But the amount of alcohol that was being sold in the cities like Chicago, New York, the big cities, nobody could could backyard stills or stills in the woods weren't making that. They needed fucking industrial size stuff. So they were getting it, coming in from Canada, coming in from Europe and stuff, but they were cutting it then with stuff that they were getting that was made in the United States that was fucked with. So if you got something that was mixed wrong or bad, it would kill somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's not what
they were rebottling it, relabeling it.
That's not how he's presenting this.
Oh, that's what happened.
I agree with you, Jim, but he's presenting this in a different light. Like the government was actually poisoning people themselves.
Some of the bootleggers were probably poisoning people too, because they would add formaldehyde to whiskey to make it appear to be scotch to give it a bead.
Right. They just didn't know. People kept cyanide in their house and rubbed it on their face because they thought it was good for their skin in the 17 and 1800s.
They used to use liquid mercury in containers as weights for your garage doors. If you go to old garages, they will have cans with liquid mercury in it, which is fucking toxic like a son of a bitch.
Well, how many fucking mercury thermostats or thermometers did you have as a kid?
A lot.
A lot.
Mercury
How many mercury switches did Mel Gibson use to blow shit up?
Man, and mercury switches. Really fun to play with. That little bead floating around on the table when you're touching it with your hand, it's cool as shit.
Yeah, and you're poisoning yourself.
Well, the lead paint that I chewed growing up in that shitty apartment in Boston,
I don't think lead paint was that big of a deal.
Wait a minute. Obama told me that in Michigan, all those lead pipes is what led to all those
lead
people
pipes.
dying.
What the lead paint actually?
Dude,
lead paint
those
lasts for 20, 30 years.
Have
never
never
have to worry about it.
Poisoned a motherfucker ever. You know what killed those people in Michigan? Do you know what happened there? They opened up a new water treatment plant, and the idiot that was running the plant did not know how to mix the chemicals to clean the water properly. And they had to have a scapegoat. So Obama did him a proper and blamed lead pipes. Now it's fucking 10 years later. And every city, village, small town in America has to chase down lead water services and have them removed by a certain time period, or they get these penalties from the federal government because some dickhead in Michigan couldn't mix his chemicals right.
They did the same thing in the 80s, and then every 10 years they say we got to get rid of the lead pipes, and then they don't.
Oh, but they've
spend
given
billions of dollars digging up, pipes and pretending they're changing them and saying they did in all these cities. It's just a place for them to steal more money.
Dude, I'm just telling you, I deal with these fuckers every day on their lead pipes. Their lead pipe inventory, lead service inventory. It's not the mains anymore. It's just the services. All the mains are fucking ductile or plastic.
Sure.
Or asbestos. Asbestos pipes are awesome.
Yeah. There's still wood water mains in Chicago.
Oh, don't tell me nothing I don't know. People ask me all the time, how do I locate the wood fucking water line? You don't, dummy. It's not got any continuity. But the asbestos pipes are super, super long lasting. Like nothing goes bad. But once it gets hit, they have to replace the whole fucking system. So I've got towns in Illinois that have asbestos. If a contractor comes in and says they're going to be digging on the same side of the road as their main asbestos pipe, they won't let them dig. Get the fuck out. You're not digging over here. You can go aerial, or you can dig on the other side, or whatever, or you can go in the rear easement, but you're not digging around this asbestos pipe because it never goes bad, Jim. There's nothing to go bad. But once asbestos hits air, then it becomes toxic. Other than that, it's not toxic at all, Julio, which is crazy, right? Like, it actually has some durability. But the wood pipes work great too, Jim. They don't rust. They don't corrode. They just need a good piece of tracer wire with it so they can locate it.
Everybody was fine when we were kids. I didn't wear helmets when I rode a bike. All this bullshit.
I didn't have to sit in a car seat till I was 7 fucking years old or 70 pounds.
We get pulled over, 12-pack in the front seat. Cop would pour the beer out. Be careful, you're gone. You would think it's a miracle that we made it to this age.
Oh, dude, I feel so bad. I felt so bad for my kids when they were growing up. There was nowhere they could go without the cops harassing the fuck out of them. We're talking small town America. If they went and were sitting in a parking lot at the fucking McDonald's, the cops would show up and say, go home. Fuck off, dude. It's Friday night after a football game. We're hanging out, having a good time. Nope, get out.
That's what we did. Met at the McDonald's every Friday night at 7:00. Where are we going? Who's buying the beer?
Or there's always a cruising spot, right? Like, I could go down to Calvert County and there's you go cruising every Friday night or Saturday night, and you see girls in other cars. You say, hey, pull over.
And it worked.
Every fucking weekend. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God,
you might not get a number, but you at least got to talk to people.
Yeah.
You had to fucking be bold. Now the cops just fucking say, no fun. Go the fuck home. All right, man. I mean, we used to go.
There's a reason for that. But
yeah, they're dicks.
Well,
fucking the kids are no different than we were kids, dude. They're not. They're looking for companionship. They're looking to meet people at parties. They're looking to how to socialize. Dude, there were plenty of times I was nervous about going to parties because I didn't know the group that I was going to go see at this party. But by the time the party ended, hey, I made 5 or 6 new friends tonight. That's fucking cool.
Yep.
But they take that all away from these kids. They have nowhere to go. They're fucked. Jim, you raised a child. You know the same thing, right? Like, you're like, God damn, why don't you go out? He goes, where am I going to go? Every time I try to go out, the fucking cops harass me. Like small town Illinois, Jim, kids driving his car home at 10 o'clock at night, fucking pulled over every time when the cop sees it. Just to fuck with that kid. You fucking asshole.
Speaking of alcohol, Jim, why do you think the government would poison the alcohol?
To stop people from drinking. They wanted
more
to scare people to death that this shit's going to kill you if you keep drinking it.
Okay.
A woman was involved, definitely.
Right. But you think about the numbers. 400 people died in New York. Probably in 1930, there was probably, what would you say, 2 to 4 million people living in New York, Jim? Nobody noticed 400 people dying of anything back then. Just like today. I don't know how many people died in Illinois today. I bet it was a lot. I don't know what they died from. I've got my own life to live. When I die, nobody's going to give a fuck except the people in my circle, right?
Can I have your BioShock machine?
Would you like me to will that for you?
I would actually. I'll DM you. I wish you a long life, Dave.
Let me show the chat what we're talking about here, guys. This is my new toy for the show.
Amazing.
I'll tell you this. The guy delivered it today, Julio. And he said he had a customer come in his shop when they were building this one. And the customer goes, can I have that one? I want that exact design. And the guy who built it goes, well, I got to ask Dave and ask him if it's okay that, I said, yeah, used my, yeah, go ahead. I
had to run it by Dave.
Kefla fanatic or Kefka fanatic. Julio said I need to do an actual video on it and go through everything.
Yes.
It's badass, dude. It's got every video game system ever made and those games inside. I'd like to go through it again with maybe a like tomorrow night, guys, when we're doing a late night stream, Jim, right? But tomorrow night, we're going to do an early stream, Jim, as early as we can for Justified. We still owe episode 10 a review, right?
Should do 10 and 11 because then after that, there's 2 more and then it's over.
All right. So we'll do 10 and 11 tomorrow night. Get that over with, take an hour break, get some dinner, and then come back for a late night stream. And we'll go through the machine again because there'll probably be a lot more people here. You know, Ethan might not stream tomorrow night or whatever. But and as soon as Ethan ends, this chat will get crazy. But we'll probably be gone. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I don't care when Ethan streams. I can't worry about that because we've had fun tonight. I will admit, a little earlier in the stream, I was a little tired, but I'm waking up now. You know what? You know, you get that second wind, Julio.
I almost passed out during the spreadsheet portion of the stream, but I hung in there.
Yeah, well, I heard you saying I'm dipping in the chat. Like,
Oh, no, I didn't say that. No, Nicholas said he was dipping and he dipped out.
I wish I had some quine. Who's the built? No, it's a guy in Chicago. It's called Infinite. Infinite. It's a 4-player table, guys. So you got, you know, I can play any fighter game. It's got the guns, it's got the controllers for your Xbox and PS PlayStation games, your Nintendo. There's every Rock Band and Guitar Hero song on this machine. All I got to do is go buy the guitars, plug them into the USB ports, and I'm playing. I love that game, dude. I love it. I love it. I know I was cranky, dude. I just wasn't feeling it. But I'm better now. I love Chris. I do love Chris because he's got so much good information. I'm not he's the first person, Summer Swan, who ever DM'd me and said, "Hey, would you like to come on a live a live stream?" This is when I just started making videos, and I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, this Katie would like to have you come on her show." Okay. I didn't have a set of headphones, so I ran upstairs to my son's room, grabbed his Xbox headphones, and I did have a camera on my computer, but they said, "Don't worry about a camera. You can just not show yourself." And that was the first time that I ever got invited to a live stream. That's because Chris Bacon knew Katie. And this was 7 or 8 months ago. It was jarring. Yeah, I'm usually pretty nice and laid back, unless I'm watching Eric July. Let's get back to the government killing us, Jim.
Yep.
Well, first,
Jim's out here looking it up. Oh no, no.
I think I just found that guy's passport on the street outside.
Yeah, didn't that passport fall out of the plane the night or the day that the tower?
Well, Bosch was drawn. He said this is modern day Muhammad.
A nice drawing. Very talented.
This is what, Bosch Faustine or whatever?
Yeah, Bosch Faustine. Says, Ripitards who tell me that you're bored with my Muhammad cartoons, tell it to Muslims. Part of why I draw him as much as I do is to make drawing him as normal as can be. So while you're bored, Muslims still threaten me. Now does my drawing of your hero as Muhammad bore you?
Well, it was nice knowing you all.
Hey man, is he CG?
He's certifiable.
Yeah, I would like to have him on here. He seems like a pretty cool dude. I've seen him some other places. Mohammed bin Eric July Salam. Wait a minute. Oh, well, you know what, Summer Swan? There's a line in some of the shit they were accusing him of when he's not the person. You got to say, stop talking about me when I'm not that guy. But but I don't know the full story. I don't pretend to. Well, it is definitely Bosch is now among the kings, Transylvania Jack. Are his books that good? Have you bought a Bosch book, Jim?
Pigman is good.
Oh, it is good. The art's good. Story's good.
It's good.
It's fine.
Would DC or Marvel make that book?
No.
Okay, so it's a good indie book.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so it's not mainstream good.
It's
so Fall Guy
it's a
the
book
movie.
about
Fall Guy the movie is good. It ain't great. It ain't bad. It's just a fun watch with Gosling and I think her name's Emma something. She's a British chick in this movie, and she's a director of a movie. He's a stuntman, and it's just fun. It's 2 hours of ridiculous fun. Would that be an indie movie? If that was an indie movie, it'd be fucking great because they could never make that movie, right? Resources matter, Julio, right? So, but for mainstream, it's good. You just go have a good time with your wife, eat some popcorn. You go, that was fun. No agenda. Nobody's trying to be a badass here.
Did you get your money?
Did you enjoy it? I got it. I got it. I didn't see it at the theater, and I wish I did now because I liked it enough to. I liked Bosch's mainstream good, says Transylvania Jack.
Yeah, but the problem is his book is not a book that any mainstream publisher is going to publish because it's about a pig man that goes around
fucking with Muslims.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, because it says they're not printing Pigman versus Muhammad.
Yeah,
right.
What?
Yeah, it's based as fuck.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, it's based as fuck, but it's not something that they're gonna, like mainstream publishers not printing that and getting their fucking building bombed.
Yeah, or just have a never-ending flow of fucking people with their signs out front calling you whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I gotta buy Pigman versus Muhammad. Is that the name?
There's a whole Pigman series. He's got a whole bunch of books. What?
No, nothing. I was wondering about the poisoning of the alcohol.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting a little concerned.
How many people do you think Prohibition alcohol poisoned?
We'll never know for certain. It could be, tens of thousands up to 100,000.
Norris, along with his deputy, Alexander Gettler, who would later be hailed as one of the pioneers of forensic science, documented the horrifying effects of the poisoned alcohol in meticulous detail. Norris and Gettler didn't mince words. They accused the government of legalized murder. Imagine that, a top city official telling the public that the very people sworn to protect them were in fact responsible for their deaths. This wasn't just an accident. It was a deliberate policy.
Chicago's mayor at this time was Big Bill Thompson, a greedy politician who was less interested in curbing the gangsters than in holding office.
As Norris's findings became public, newspapers across the country picked up the story.
For the record, Big Bill Thompson was the last Republican mayor of Chicago.
What is it, Tim? I missed it. Go play it again.
All right.
This wasn't just an accident. It was a deliberate policy.
Chicago's mayor at this time was Big Bill Thompson, a greedy politician who was less interested in curbing the gangsters than in holding office.
As Norris's findings became public.
That was the last Republican mayor, was Big Bill Thompson.
Yeah,
Chicago.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. They probably said, Dick, you let this shit happen, or we'll kill you, or we'll make sure you don't win the next vote. Yeah. No, I know he was getting the money, but you don't take the money because the option is you die if you don't take the money.
Wasn't that Chicago politics?
When he lost re-election, when the Democrats were able to get their guy in and they're through the Irish mobsters.
Who was that, Cermak, or was that fucking?
I think so. I think it might have been Cermak. through the North Side guys. I think fuck what their names.
The North Side guy.
The North Side guys. The North Side gang.
It's the Lucky Charms gang.
No. They had the guy in the flower shop.
Magic
I can't think of
Lucky
his fucking name.
Charms.
But anyway,
Irishly delicious. Remember those commercials? The cereal, Magic Lucky Charms. They're Irishly delicious.
You talking about the Irish guy from was it Boardwalk Empire? Or whatever?
No. I'm talking in Chicago. I think it was like Dutch Silts or something.
Oh, did they name an airport after him or a main road like Cermak? Because that guy's a piece of shit too.
No, but Cermak. But no, that's when Capone moved to Cicero and Berwyn out of Chicago.
Oh, which is where the airport's basically at now, right?
So that's why, and because they had control over that, the county sheriffs and the
magically delicious. Yes.
And Cicero is still to this day where the Chicago outfit operates.
Well, don't go to Cicero, dude. It's a shithole. Cicero sucks.
Depends on where you are in Cicero. There's some nice establishments there.
Speakeasies?
Public. Newspapers across the country picked up the story. People were horrified.
Cicero, Jim?
Families who had lost loved ones due to the poison alcohol spoke out, and soon protests began to mount.
Oh, boy.
The press played a huge role in spreading the outrage. The Chicago Tribune went as far as to say the government's actions.
Julio. It was the Russians. They wanted to sell their goddamn vodka here, and they were tired of this prohibition shit. So the Russians started a bunch of goddamn, marches on these on the government. It was fake news, Jim. This is old fake news.
Yeah, Berwyn, Red Scorpion, Spenguli, Berwyn. Yeah, same place.
Amounted to nothing less than murder. But despite the outcry, the poisoning continued for several years. The government believed that the ends justified the means, that the deaths caused by poison alcohol were necessary to scare people away from drinking. It was a brutal form of deterrence.
And you know how many
one that had
politicians'
severe
kids died
and
from this
often
shit
fatal
then? A lot. A lot of politicians' kids probably died from this, Jim. That's why it ended.
Well, maybe, but most politicians got actual legit liquor given to them.
But the kids were going to go party if they weren't legal, right? And it's like the drug shit, right? It's always when it finally gets back to them, all their policies change. They go in a different direction. Like, I guess the only thing that hasn't really made that happen is the Oxy thing. Like, I just don't understand how we have not done a better job with the Oxy thing. It's worse than anything that's ever happened, Jim.
No, I don't think the Oxy thing is as bad as people think it is. I think the actual bad thing was when they started cutting back on the prescription drugs that people could get that they knew were safe, and people had to go to the street and start getting fentanyl and heroin and other stuff. That's where the real problem came in.
It's the same fucking thing.
I was going to say
it's not regulated. It's
the same thing because the people didn't have to have the Oxy in the first place. If they would have had a different medication, they wouldn't have got addicted to something like Oxy. That makes them go.
Medication work though.
It does work, dude. It's a fucking painkiller.
Correct. It worked. Yeah,
it worked. But other ones do as well that aren't so addictive. They only sold the Oxy because they knew it's an opiate. And dude, once you get hooked on opiates, it's a fucking lifelong thing. And this doctor,
I don't think they knew it was that addictive. They tried to say it wasn't.
Really?
They thought they had a formula. Yeah, they
Who's
thought they
they?
had a formula. The company that made it, they thought they had a formula.
The company that's lost billions of dollars in lawsuits because they have the memorandum.
Because they got railroaded by the government that let them do it anyway. The regulators approved it, then they fucked them. They all got paid.
We're gonna fight on this one. Fuck Oxycontin. Fuck the opiate bullshit. When your doctor fucking wants to give you a prescription for an opiate, say fuck off. I'm not taking your bullshit. Okay, I'm not taking your opiates. I'll suffer through the pain a little more to get through this shit without being addicted to some shit.
Okay, well, then you've obviously never been in pain.
Oh, really? Never?
I don't know.
Yeah, plenty of pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
consequences.
While Big Bill was mayor, a gangster named Al Capone ruled as undisputed boss of the Chicago underworld.
By the early 1930s, it became clear that Prohibition had failed. The black market for alcohol was too profitable, organized crime too powerful, and public resentment too high. In 1933, the 21st Amendment was passed, repealing the 18th Amendment and ending Prohibition.
We therefore recommend that the Congress of the United States immediately propose an amendment to the federal Constitution repealing the 18th Amendment.
Thousands of Americans lost their lives, not because they broke the law, but because the law itself was dangerous. Today, this chapter serves as a stark reminder of the unintended consequences of policy decisions and how far governments might go to enforce laws, even at the cost of human life. The story of Prohibition and the government's poisoning program offers powerful lessons for today. It raises difficult questions about the role of government in regulating personal behavior and the ethical limits of law enforcement. Should the government ever sacrifice lives to enforce a law? And how far is too far when it comes to determining illegal behavior? Even now, we can see parallels in current debates over drug policy, the
Jim,
war on
can I ask
drugs,
you a question
and mass
about what you just
incarceration.
asked? Should the government ever sacrifice a law or a life to enforce law? That's what he
No.
just said, right?
No, but they do it every day.
Well, that's my point. And not, it's not always intended either. Like say you're a government paid police officer and you get caught in a shootout and you kill an innocent bystander. But you're still enforcing the law to try and bring the bad person in. So should that police officer not be a police officer? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
it's all relative.
But it's a rare occasion. I think it's a similar argument where people
think
talk
it's a rare
about
occasion?
abortion, for instance, and they're like, "Well, what about incest?" I'm like, "Okay, that's like point."
That's like
Zero.
0.00000.
When you make decisions for a society, you have to look at the big picture, and sometimes some people are going to get, left
Screwed.
out.
They're
I
going to get
guess.
screwed.
if
Yeah.
you didn't, if
But
you
it's
didn't,
like any organization. If you're a boss somewhere, you go, "Well, I'd like all 23 of my employees to be happy, but I got to look out for the team sometimes."
Simply this. Okay, can I justify poisoning people in this case? No. But
No.
the government poisoned the alcohol. The people that sold it knew it was poisoned and they fucking turned a blind eye. They could have stopped making it. It was up to them to say, you know what? I'm not going to sell this shit.
how much different is what's happening today? The
With our
government is-
food? Yeah,
Well,
like our food.
Not our food. I wouldn't even go with our food. But our food's in one thing where they're poisoning us with all the chemicals and shit in the food and GMOs and
it's passed by the FDA
passed by the
every
FDA.
fucking day.
But let's just go to something where they can have some plausible deniability. You were talking about OxyContin and the opioids and all that stuff, and then the government said, "Oh shit, everybody's getting addicted to this," so they just put limits. They said, "This is how many pills per year you can produce and be sold." And every year for the past 8 or 9 years, every year they cut that number down. So there's a shortage in the country.
So now they're looking for the next alternative. Yes.
Well, they're looking for the next alternative. But the alternative for most people, anybody who's addicted, who's been going, whatever, people that were
It's fentanyl, right?
is fentanyl, or go to the street and just get heroin, which is tainted with fentanyl. And the
And they
fentanyl,
don't-
just a
yeah.
couple tiny bit can kill you.
Mhm.
The government is actually causing this to happen because the government is directing the pharmaceutical people and the pharmacies to stop. Oh, you can only write this many prescriptions. So it doesn't matter if there's 10,000 people a month that need this prescription. They're saying, no, only 5,000 can get it. The other 5 go find it somewhere else. It's fucked.
Yep. And medical insurance is in on the game too. Because if you try to get
all I was saying about the opioids and stuff is that the people started dying once the government started restricting it being sold coming from pharmacies. people weren't dying from taking Oxycontins. They're dying from going on the street to replace it.
So why do you think they reversed the ban on alcohol with the 21st Amendment? What drove that?
It just, the people didn't, there was no fucking way. You know what I mean? It was just,
It's an unenforceable law.
it was unenforceable law. It was unworkable. There was too much, there was a ton of people that,
Too many hypocrites too. Like these guys that were saying this is a law were drinking bourbon when they left the fucking podium. Like
if I'm not mistaken, I think the income tax came in and they had it, and it was a problem. You know, like the income tax came around right around same. It was like an issue. You know,
like
where they're
they
like, we
saw
got
a
to get rid of
revenue
one of these.
or they saw a revenue source.
Yeah, we got to get rid of one of these.
It's the poor people tax, lottery, cigarettes, and alcohol.
You heard Trump's new proposal, though, is the no more tax on overtime.
I kind of like that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, if you're going to force me to work overtime, I should get paid. I should get paid the rate of the overtime.
How about just
like,
no more tax?
How about you don't tax commission as a bonus? Because I make my money on commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my checks are taxed at a bonus rate, which is 42%. So every time I get paid, 42% of my check right off the top goes straight to the fucking federal government, not including state, not including Medicare, all that shit. It's taxed as a fucking bonus. But that's my income. It's not a bonus. That's not a bonus, guys. Sorry, federal government. But Dave, you get it all back at the end of the year. Still waiting for that. Like, legitimately still waiting for that get it all back at the end of the year bullshit. It's such a fucking scam. Taxes. Or just a fair tax, Jim. Or what do they call it? A consumption tax?
Or a flat tax, something.
Yeah.
Was that Steve Forbes was the guy back in the aughts or 90s that said, just whatever, 16% sales tax, and that's it.
That's Ben Carson too, right?
He was like a 10-10-10, I think was his plan. He wanted 10%. You know, and then
I like the when you purchase, you get taxed.
It's easy. Everybody can understand it. The tax
if I have more income, guess what I can do? Maybe go buy some more shit.
Right.
Or be able to afford a house or a condominium. But I can't afford it because the government wants to take so much up front that it's $999. This Furby Slayer. Shouldn't it be $199?
all right, let's get back.
So let's
Just like during Prohibition, well-intended policies can sometimes lead to tragic and unintended consequences. So what's your take on this? Could such drastic measures ever be justified? Do you think the government learned from its mistakes, or are we still repeating the same errors today? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And before you go, if you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. We've got plenty more fascinating stories like this video on how social media companies are acting as agents of the U.S. government to suppress citizen speech in what we call social media mockingbird.
We've only heard that for the last, 10 years? Like, we all know that Facebook and YouTube and Yahoo, they all do this shit. More taxes, says Bruce Sanders. Herman Cain. Yeah, Herman Cain. That's who it was. Not Ben Carson, right? It was Herman Cain. Didn't Herman die?
Herman had a plan, but I think Ben Carson had a flat tax plan too.
One of those two guys died, though, right? Was it Herman?
Herman Cain died, yeah. And they said it was COVID, and they laughed at him or something like that.
Oh, they did, because he was
He wouldn't
completely
take the
against
shot.
the COVID policies. Yeah. Died of COVID. A lot of people died of COVID that didn't die of COVID. That's the other thing. Like, oh, got in a car wreck. Oh, he's a COVID victim. I remember when my dad died during COVID. I said,